The beach?
When was the last time you tried something new?
Could I do this every day?
Yep,
Could I cross the island hiking?
yep. Or riding, if you want.
Hello, how can I help you, sir?
Oui, bonjour madame. Cancel my flight, please.
What is this?
This is our unique nature.
Oh.
And there is more. A lot more. Could that be why we smile so much? Or is it because of this? Because every day is a new discovery. Start your vital movement.
It's the final day of the KiteFoil World Series Gran Canaria, which means it's the final day of the 2021 season. The wind's blowing a touch over 20 knots, gusting 23, and as you can see, the bright sunshine is beating down on me, Andy Rice, and my co-commentator, Mirko Babini. Now, Mirko, you are the president of the IKA, the International Kiteboarding Association. You've seen the excitement of the final day many, many times before, but that excitement never gets old, does it?
Yeah, you're right, Andy. And being here on the beautiful sunny day in December in Gran Canaria is amazing. And we feel also from the rider perspective, like we say on the beach, the excitement of this final day.
It is an absolutely perfect day for conventional kiteboarding. It is still at the upper margins by the looks of it for kite foiling. Why is it that the kiteboarders can go out on low riding, on twin tips, but the kite foilers have to be a little bit more careful?
No, just because they can reach such a higher speed, and then rough sea and the swell that we have here in Gran Canaria is gonna be quite challenging for them. So about all the the pressure that you have to keep in your yes, here we are on this 8th floor on these beautiful hotels. And
so we've got a grandstand view from here, although we have to keep looking at the screen. So wow, that's quite intimidating when the drone gets that close, isn't it?
Yes, he's right. I always thought about that. It's the first time, you see.
Oh, well, off the drone goes, and the drone will be contributing to some great overhead footage. This hotel has served us magnificently here, hasn't it?
Yeah, the Don Gregory
Don
by Dunas.
Don Gregory by Dunas Hotel, that's what we're looking at now. They were kind enough to loan us this room on the 8th floor, and we've also got our cameras positioned up here, which gives us one of the best views over the racecourse without going to the expense of a helicopter. But we do have our drone, so we've got a number of angles to look at the action from.
Yes, you're right, Andy. We have quite a lot of cam around, and I guess it is going to be a great spectacular things for everyone that is going to be looking all the competition on the screen, on their mobile or whatever they are around the world.
That is the committee boat that we're looking at there. We're going to see the flags go up on that boat in the next 15 minutes or so, when the orange flag will go up to say that we're getting in to the start phase for race 1. Now we are looking at getting 6 races in today, 3 races, then a quick lunch break, coming ashore for the riders, and then back out to sea for the final 3 races. We've had the frustration, we had the excitement firstly. Let's talk about day 1 very briefly. You had the excitement of 5 races on day 1, then the frustration of missing the 2 middle days, and now we are keeping our fingers crossed that it is all going to go ahead smoothly on the final day. So there's a lot riding on this. It's going to be more than half the competition today, Mirko.
Yes, exactly. As you said, day 1 was pretty exciting in the water. A lot of pressure on all the rider, and then I don't know if it's fortunately or unfortunately we had quite two strong windy days here in Gran Canaria, which is not really used for this kind of season for December. But we decided, and the race committee and the PRO, they just make the right call, safety first. So also the rider, they really appreciate those decisions, and everything's ready for the final day now.
Yeah, so let's just update you on how things stand at the moment. Now, that's the leaderboard so far, and if you see Axel Mazzella on 4 points, well, that is because he won 4 races on the first day, and on the other race where I think he finished second, he was able to discard that score at the moment. So he has the best possible score that you can possibly get at this stage of the competition. The Frenchman's going to be hard to beat. Conor Bainbridge in second place on 7 points, and Dennis Taradin on 13 points. And I don't know if you got a chance to see our highlights video from yesterday, but we featured the Battle of the Beards, Conor or Dennis against Conor, let's call it the Dennis Conor battle, and that is absolutely critical, because who beats who here is going to determine who beats who in the overall standings. Axel Mazzella pretty much can't be caught for the overall win in the series, and he's leading this event as well, but there is a really tight battle between Conor and Dennis. And yesterday Dennis was talking a punchy game. He was saying that he couldn't drop to third, he can only go up. Well, rather than me say it, why don't you hear what they had to say?
It was another difficult day today. A lot of wind, very rough conditions on the water. The first readings that we got from the race committee boat were in the high 20s average and close to 40 knots gust. So in the end, we called it a day and safety first. So we try tomorrow again. And the competitors are all pretty relaxed. It's the last competition of the season, and so everyone wants to have fun and take it a little bit more easy.
So yeah, we've done 5 events now, or 4 events. This is the 5th and the final event. And basically the points all get added up towards the end of the event. And at the moment, me and Dennis are second and third. Dennis has a 2-point lead, but the way the scoring works is whoever wins this event out of the 2 of us, or whoever beats who, will end up being second in the overall world title.
I'm coming into the last 2 days with a bit advantage over the corner. And the thing is, I'm an underdog here. I think I'm secured my 3rd place pretty good. And for me, the only way to go is to go up. Unfortunately for Conor, he needs to defend. He did good on the first day, but now he's defending his 2nd place, and the only way from there is down. So I think I have less pressure on me. I'm going to be sailing good, and I hope in the next 2 days it's going to be bringing my A game to every single race. And let's see what's going to happen there.
Yeah, we got a little bit too close on one of the start lines, and yeah, ended up having quite a big tangle. But I mean, these things happen, and you know, we're at the top level of our sport and pushing as hard as we can. So yeah, I think if we weren't getting in tangles, we're not pushing hard enough or close enough. And you definitely saw that yesterday with how close we were rounding windward marks, all of us together, that, you know, if you want to win in this game, you have to be pushing for the smallest gaps.
Well, you look very scary.
Well, very entertaining from Dennis and Conor, and let's see how that battle shapes up between those two today. Let's hope they don't quite tangle in the way that they did in Fuerteventura on that incredible headcam video that Dennis kindly loaned us for use on that highlights video. You can see people launching there. We got 2 yellow ozone kites in view. I'm going to put you under the cosh here, Mirko. Can you identify who those 2 are?
Yeah, the full yellow is Marcus, the American, Marcus Erdogan, and then the other yellow, Jesse
Campman, is it?
Yeah, must be.
Jesse Campman from France. So that's one of the most difficult moments is getting out off the beach, because we're sitting in one big high-rise hotel. There's building blocks all around. There's cliffs. There's a lot of turbulence in the air, isn't there?
Yeah, there is turbulence, and then as you can see from the cam, there is a quite good swell today, and but at least the angle of the wind is not so bad. I mean, luckily, all the rider are really comfortable on that.
Who are we looking at there? That is that?
This is Axel, because he has a dark board. Seems to be Axel Mazella.
So that is the man who won 4 out of 5 races on day 1 of the competition and leading overall. I'm just wondering though, I think I see a helmet cam. I'm wondering, I'm going to challenge you. Is it Dennis?
If it's Dennis, yes, you are right. I just watching more close to the screen, and he has a head cam, so must be Dennis.
So Axel and Dennis, they have slightly different body styles. Just how do we identify those two?
Yeah, we see usually Dennis being more folded in his body style and more aggressive. And Axel on the other end is more keep pressure on his leg and working more with a not folded body. And then we can see the difference between them with the helmets, which on the screen is not really easy between the white and the yellow.
Yeah.
And then both of them, they have black ozone kite.
Right. But if you can just make out on the top of Dennis's helmet that head cam, that's one way that we can distinguish him, and that's where that amazing footage comes from just now. Now, Dennis has been training in Tarifa, which is a high wind venue right in the very south of Spain. And I was talking to him yesterday, and he sounded like he was ready to go out in conditions where most people were saying this is just nuts. And part of the reason is that Dennis said that he's only been on his 19, his biggest kite, 3 times in the last 6 months. He sailed nearly every day in Tarifa, and only on 3 occasions did he go out on his big light wind kite. Most of the time he's on his 9 and 11. So he spent 6 months training for these conditions.
Yes, he's right. I must say that the previous day, him as well, he was saying, yeah, training is something, competing is something else, because you can't break, you can't lay down, you can't just relax any single second. So it was not a 9-meter condition on the previous day, but today it seems really to be the closest condition that is training for. Is 9 meter is gonna be full on. It's gonna be quite challenging all the way downwind. We will see. It's not gonna be easy to keep the control of their foil, because they have to keep all the way pressure on the front foot as much as they can to keep the clear flow, the right flow on that foil. So it's gonna be, I think it's gonna be really nice to see the first race of the day.
So that first race is coming up in just over 12 minutes from now, and how do you actually sort of get your head and get your body in the game for these moments, Mirko? Because you can't really just sort of sit down and relax on these things, can you?
I guess they are trying to go just back and forth around the course to see if the current, because here we can have a lot of current close to the tide, if it's gonna be lowering the tide or upper, and they try to figure out which is the better side of the course, and mainly to fine-tuning their kite, the angle of the kite, just to keep as much comfortable as they can against the waves.
So we're looking at Connor Bainbridge going upwind. He was looking very good on day 1. He's pretty big. He's probably about 6'3" tall. I don't know what that is in new money, Mirko. He's probably 1.90 meters or something.
Yeah, close to 190, and he's quite a big man. And he's gonna be one of the easy to recognize him on the front fleet, because it's gonna be the first F1 kite, gray kite on the front. So we can see now, we can read it, it's 95 kilo for a meter 95 centimeter. It's quite big athletes.
Why do you think he sort of does his own thing with the F1 kite? Because we don't see many of those on the circuit. So what do you think is the gain for him?
Yeah, for sure, it's really involved on the development of the kite. Him is one that trusts his equipment. He know his kite from the beginning, and is not the guy that is just gonna change. So he tried to keep, as we were talking just yesterday, to take the much performance that he can from his equipment, to fine tuning as much as he can, and get the result. He trusts in his gun.
So this is the challenge that we were discussing, is where does development come from? Where do improvements come from? If you're not as fast as somebody else, the easy thing to do is to blame your equipment and say, well, obviously my kite is slow, or my foil isn't quite right. But what if you're using exactly the same gear as another rider, and let's say you're the same size as them as well? If you're still going slow, then you have to look at yourself. And
exactly.
The micro muscle movements, their response to every wave and every gust, that has to become instinctive, doesn't it?
Yeah, and then there is so many aspects which, if a rider just think about the kite, is not the right attitude to approach this sport. I mean, you are yourself in a perfect balance over one mast and a foil on the water, and then 4 line attached to a kite. So many small things that can make the difference, and you are the only person. I mean, you are alone, and you can make all the adjustments. So first of all, you have to think how to get yourself close to the equipment, not the way around, and to get as quick as possible. This is why we see the top guy always staying on their equipment and not making a lot of changement on the overall equipment, but try to get the most as they can.
Yeah, we'll come back to that conversation. I love talking about the technical aspect of this sport. I can't think of anything else in the world of wind-powered sport and sailing where you are so closely connected to your equipment. And just a bit of a splash there in the middle of our picture, but they're back up on their feet again. But you are the direct connection between the sail and the boat, if I can talk in conventional sailing terms. You are an intrinsic part of the equipment.
Yeah, you don't have any, and then also you don't have any automatic things. Everything is under your feet, and then the balance is your feet, your body. If you don't push, if you just relax your knee just for a not even a second, just a part of the second, you are just on the water, straight ahead. So it's really important, everything. You have to keep moving, and is also why, I mean, already doing 3 races back to back, I can ensure you they really deserve it to have a break on between, because it's quite a big effort to stay in the water.
Yeah, I mean their legs are like jelly by the end of a session. Now, meanwhile, racing within the overall fleet are the women. They don't have a separate start. This is everyone racing together, and she started slowly at the beginning of the year, but she's come on so much during the course of 2021. That's Poema Newland. She's leading this event, and she is leading the series overall, and a bit like her fellow French teammate Axel Merzella, she's going to be hard to beat for the overall championship this year. So 64 kilos, 169 centimeters tall, and there is talk about, do you need to get heavier for this sport? Well, Poema, when I spoke to her yesterday, said she's not going to change her weight for kiteboarding, because if you put on weight but it's sort of not natural to your body type, then that can affect your balance and your technique as well. So it does seem like big sailors or big riders can really go fast on these boards, but we also see more lightly built people like Axel Merzella, like Theo de Ramacourt, the reigning world champion, who's not here because he's injured, and Poema Newland. These are not big athletes, but they're still at the top of their game.
Yeah, every time that a sport become Olympics, we will know little bit later, maybe during the next year, because most of the big M&A, a big squad that will be managed by their federation, by all the technical team, and I'm sure that they will figure out which is gonna be the best average to get more performance they can. That is something that it will happen. So far we know that also for a female, being 170 centimeter more or less and upper than 65 kilos already helps. So Poema, she's not so far away from that. I guess she will work a little bit more for the shoulder and the leg, because they will figure out to keep top speed. You just need to keep pushing in your leg, so it's something that they will work on it. Again, it's something that we will get some more number during the next years.
So behind her is another French rider. She is taller and she is heavier, and she's also improving a lot. That's Lauriane Nolot. And then in third place from Austria, Alina Corneli. So that's the competition in the women's division, and we've got just under 5 minutes to the start now. I was asking Poema what's it like to race in one big fleet with the men, and she said, I absolutely love it. I hope they never change that. She said the big attraction for me to race at these events is that you do get to race against the men, and she said I hope in the next few years we reach the point where we actually start beating the men. So she actually believes that men and women can race on equal terms. So she's really excited by the fact that she can race against the best in the fleet, regardless of what sex they are, male or female. And she was saying, I hope just don't ever change that formula. It's perfect as it is right now.
Yes, you are totally right. We have been asking also Daniela Moros about that, and she really love to start and to run on the men fleet with the men fleet, or I mean all together in one fleet together with the men. Also for two reasons, because she really like to train herself and do the race on a bigger fleet, which female only, it might not be reach the same numbers, and in the training aspect, riding with the men, it helps to improve a lot. So I guess that Poema and Lauriane Nolot also, she really like to keep the format as it is, so all together.
Let's go to a quick advert. We'll be back to you, and I'll come back to you. We'll come back to you with the build up to the start of this first race. Right, so we are just a couple of minutes away from the start now, and you can see that the riders are gathering in the vicinity of the committee boat. So now the blood is really beginning to pump, and the heart's going to go a little bit faster. Mirko, with 2 minutes to go, what are your thought processes? What do you need to get out of this start right now?
Yeah, first of all, when you are so close to the start, you have to make sure that you are getting your watches synchronized with the right time, first of all. So this is why you stay close to the race committee to double check if you get the right clock on your watch.
Every second counts.
Every second count, because at that speed, a second is, I mean, the difference can be you're out or in,
Yeah.
or too late or too quick. And then on the other end, they will start to go back and forth from the starting line and see if it's better to stay more close to the pin end or to the race committee boat as well. So and then with this kind of wind, they will not start too far from the race committee boat. They will line up pretty close, and you can accelerate in just a bunch of seconds and cross the starting line as faster you can.
So this is a twice up to the top and then twice down to the bottom. So they go round the windward mark, back down to the gate which says number 4 on the 2 marks. There we go, up to the top. There's that. What's the spacer mark called again? The protector mark.
Protector mark, yeah, which doesn't allow you to go across that.
Okay, so back around the windward mark for the final time, back through the gate, and then for a high-speed slingshot across to the finish just off the beach. So we've got 20 seconds to go.
Okay, they start to be aligned now. Yeah.
Where do you want to be? You want to be near the committee boat or closer to the pin, Mirko?
Yeah, depends on the test that you did before. If depends on the angle on the BS of the starting line. Looking all the fleet, it seems to be pretty neutral, so they will align along all the starting line, but it seems not to be perfect for the race committee boat. Okay,
is that a Fly Max on the left? Is that what we see?
No, that's a Fly Surfer. Yeah,
the Fly Surfer. Okay, so Fly Surfer on the left. We'll try and identify that. Martin Dolent from Croatia is one of the ones to identify with the Fly Surfer, but once we get out of the sun glare, we'll be able to identify some of these a little bit more easily.
Great. So they get out. There is all the 2 Fly Surfer at the front, which we know one can be Martin Dolenc, the other one Florian Gruber. They have both Fly Surfer, and then we can see Connor on his F1 and the 2 black Ozone straight behind, and an orange Ozone as well, which might be Tiger Tyson.
Okay, so we think it's Tiger Tyson on the right from Antigua, and we have narrowed it down to 2, so it's either Martin Dolent or it's Florian Gruber. I think it's Martin, isn't it?
Yep, it seems to be more Martin, looking on his body position.
And he seems to be stretching away here. He seems to be going super fast. Now Martin reckons he's a little bit slow in race 1 on most days. He starts out a little bit nervous, even says he can be scared to begin with. Now, does that confirm it, or
it's Martin? Yeah,
it is Martin on his 11. So some people are going to be on a 9, but Martin has gone with his 11 square meter Fly Surfer. And he's not normally this fast out of the blocks, so Martin tends to get better throughout the day, but the way things are going, this is a fantastic start for him as Martin Dolent goes into his first tack, and he should be able to tack across the rest of the fleet. Let's see if he manages to execute that. Looks like Martin has managed to do that.
He did a quite nice tack because they hit the left side of the course pretty quick, I must say.
Yeah, he was absolutely motoring, wasn't he? So that's Martin on the left of your picture.
Connor just tagged as well.
So Connor on the left-hand side.
On the left-hand side.
You can just see his kite. You can't see Connor Bainbridge himself in shot. And that in the front of shot, that is Marcus Edegren from USA with the bright yellow kite. And a bit of a splash there for Edegren. He manages to hold on. He's still going, but that will have been a loss of speed for him. And Connor Bainbridge on the left-hand side with the grey kite, looking fast on the left-hand side.
It goes for angle. He doesn't go for VMG, so he doesn't want to go too fast, but he's keeping a really great angle on this port, in his port side. So
he goes
impressive.
a little bit higher and a little bit slower than the others, does he?
Yeah.
So someone else has tacked back across.
Yeah, Martin.
So Martin, surely he's not already up at the windward mark, is he? Is that his final approach? It is. So he goes past the protector mark, and Martin Dolent already goes around the top mark in, what, probably about 3 minutes since the start?
Less than 3 minutes, and then Axel straight behind, and Connor in third.
Right, so it's not unexpected to see these. Look how much deeper Axel Mazzella on the right of these three is already going. Now this is the trump card that Mazzella likes to play. The Ozone is a bit fuller, it's a bit more spinnaker-like than the Fly Surfer and maybe the F1. And that means that Axel Mazzella can go deeper and faster than the others.
Yeah, like Connor. Connor is always super deep. He can keep really great speed, deep as he can. Is triggering his kite, letting go the center line as much as he can. Keep the kite powerful all the ways on the center of the wind windows.
So we see this trade-off played out beautifully between Martin Dolence and Axel Mazzella. Martin looked the faster of the boards upwind, but already Axel Mazzella has made his downwind advantage work for him. So the Frenchman now moving into the lead, and how he has turned that lead around in such a short time. Yeah, Martin Dolence, I mean, he must be asking himself, what does he have to do on that slingshot around the top mark?
I mean, because we saw on the previous event and on really strong wind, Axel is able to go so deep, and then on the downwind legs, if you gain like 3-4 degree angle deeper than the other, the gain when you're gonna jibe is way higher. So
it's enormous, isn't it? But
yeah.
Axel gets a little bit more blown sideways upwind. He feels that he struggles against the top riders, particularly those using the flatter Fly Surfer. Already Axel Mazzella getting round to the bottom mark. He's going to choose the left-hand gate as he looked at it. So he's going out to sea up towards the right-hand side of the race course. Why do you think he's chosen the right-hand side, Mirko?
Just to covering Martin. I think he went just on port and expecting Martin do a jibe, which he did it, and then stay on top of him.
So Martin Dolence races out of picture. That's Connor Bainbridge tacking onto starboard. And now we're going upwind again. That is that with Axel Mazzella? Are we back with, it's hard to see with the sun glare, but I think that is the black ozone kite of our leader Axel Mazzella, who has now tacked on to starboard.
Yes, exactly. Like I told you, he was just expecting that he goes on starboard on the right side of the course. So then when Martin just crossed the gate, he tacked himself as well to keep control of it. Stay windward to the other is always helpful when you can.
Right, yes, absolutely. I mean, amazing that these guys are thinking so tactically, because they've got so much else on their plate just to keep the board under their feet and keep the kite in the sky, and then to put aside a part of your brain to actually think, where is the other guy going? But yeah, Mirko, what do you see? Good covering here from Mazzella?
He's just in control. He's not covering him, and is Marcus Erdogan on the yellow. Martin Dolage must be a little bit further
to the left,
on the left side, yeah. And the other Fly Surfer must be Florian Gruber, which was all the way on the back. This is Connor.
So Connor on the right hand side with the grey and yellow kite,
and then Axel just windward to him.
Can you see if there is a size difference between those kites there, Mirko?
There must be 11 Connor, and Axel, he was getting out from the beach with his 9, so
okay,
a little bit smaller for Axel.
Going into attack for the British rider Connor Bainbridge. What will Axel Mazzella do? He carries on, so he's letting Connor Bainbridge go his own way, but let's see, the kite goes up, so Axel Mazzella what do you see? We just got a glimpse of another rider going downwind there, Mirko. Did he pick anything out?
No, but it was someone really late still doing on the downwind legs. I was just thinking about all the Connor tactics. Is just looking behind, and what he need to do is just stay. He doesn't care about Axel. He just need to stay in front of Dennis Taradin.
Right. Which at the moment he is. We haven't seen Dennis lately, so that means Conor Bainbridge is stretching his advantage on the Russian Federation rider. Axel Mazzella going into his final tack of race 6. So Mazzella holding on to his lead, going past the protector mark, about to slingshot his way downwind past the windward mark, and Mazzella, to me, looks like he's taking it a little bit easy there, but I don't know if he is, Mirko. What do you see from the body language?
No, that's not easy at all. It's just try to keep him focused 100% and look on the waves. Try to keep his foil as much as he can into the water to avoid any ventilation. If you're gonna have a ventilation on that rough sea, I mean, you are in the water straight.
So this is where he's using every muscle in his little toe as well as his big toe to keep that board riding to absolute perfection. Anything other than perfection, he's probably going to end up with a face plant.
Yes, exactly. So he's jibing.
Is how hazardous is a jibe in these conditions, in these waves?
There is two techniques. The good thing of Axel is always really confident, whatever it is. If he's on the top of the waves, on the bottom, on the white water, is if he need to jibe, it's enough confidence to do so. But most of the rider, they decided to get their jibe on it when they feel comfortable and good stability on their foil.
That's probably Dennis Taradin just riding out a picture. Marcus Edegren on the right with the yellow kite. That's who's on the left of picture. Dennis Taradin there firing downwind, but some way behind the leaders. The leaders must be getting close to the bottom gate, I would have thought, and they must be getting close to the finish.
Yeah, I'm curious to see in which position still Martin Dolenz, which he lead.
I think our leaders are coming close to the finish now, so let's try and get the boards as they come across the finish. So someone's had a bit of a splash there at the bottom. We'll see if we can identify who that is.
Is a Connor. Connor is splashing on the gate on his final jibe to the finish line, but Dennis is behind.
So this could be close between Connor and Dennis. This is the Dennis Connor showdown. Oh, and big
Connor,
splat.
Yeah, Connor went down again.
Oh, what a disaster.
He was in front all the race, and on the last leg he just crashed twice. So
this is Dennis Taradin coming in for what we think will be, I'm not sure what happened to Martin Dolenz, if he already finished or not. So we've already had a couple of finishers, so we're just trying to,
because we saw a fly surfer for a while, but then we don't know if he was able to score second at the end, so in front of Dennis. For sure Axel crossed the finish line as first, then we just lose the contact to Martin Dolenz, which we don't know. And then what also we saw is the double splash into the water for Connor, and just give the chance and open the door to Dennis Taradin.
Yeah, which he took.
Overtaken him.
So this final reach across to the finish seems to be very hazardous, very difficult. I sometimes wonder, do they practice this enough? It's easy to think in an up-down kind of racing format, windward-leeward, that you just do the upwind and you just do the downwind, but you've got to know how to do this reaching stuff. Do you think they practice it enough?
They all of them they're gonna they're gonna practice 100%, maybe in a smaller course, but it's the only things that you have to practice.
We'll just cut to a quick ad and then we'll come back to you and we'll analyse that race a little bit more. Completely. Okay, so we're back at the finish of the final race. Sorry, the first race of the day, and this is some of the back markers coming across. So we're just trying to get confirmation of the top few in that race.
So what we saw is we have the wind between 21 to 26, some gusts more, but the rough sea make the thing really difficult. We can see the updated weather from the course 23 to 27 knots. Rough is something that is, I must say, is really rough, and the swell and the current obvious make the things even worse than what you can see from the beach. And we saw a lot of splash, so it must not be easier at all to ride and to perform on those conditions. And I'm really curious to see, like you said, the confirmation of the crossing the finish line on the first race of the day.
It's a real challenge to know whether to come ashore, because we've got 14 minutes to the start of the next race. Coming ashore and then going out again is a hazardous exercise in its own right, but also staying out there is a tiring exercise, and that's not without its difficulties as well. So it's a real tricky one, and we see some of the riders coming back to the beach, and some choosing to stay out there. Marco, probably some will have a camelback as well.
Yeah, a few of them they have it, but I must say that also the one that they choose to come to the beach is just because they have to change something for sure, because it's a challenging to go back and forward from the beach. If you go it must be a reason, or a bridle stretch, or you just need to change the bar, or maybe different setup on the line lengths, or whatever issue you just notice on the first race. So it's better to maybe try to make something change on the first race and not bringing your problem on race number 2.
So we see some riders with their kites on the beach. It looks like some people are maybe going to change kites as well, or there's some kind of adjustment going on. Surely there aren't too many choices about what kite you can put up on a day like today. You just go small, right?
Yeah, I must say that you go straight on the 9. As far as you have a average 25 more, doesn't make a lot of difference. Just go for the smallest, and that's fine.
So that's the view back to our hotel, the Don Gregory by Dunas, here in the southern part of Gran Canaria. Playa de las Burras, beach of the donkeys.
Exactly.
But beach of the extremely brave riders today. And
yeah, you must be brave racing on this condition, and it's so amazing to see the level of those riders foiling in this condition. You need really to have an higher skill.
12 minutes to start. We did an interview with Benny Boelli a couple of days ago. He's down here with Fly Surfer, working particularly with Florian Gruber, the German rider, on refining some of their kit. So let's find out about the importance of the KiteFoil World Series from a designer and a developer's point of view. Benny Boeli is here in Gran Canaria as part of the Fly Surfer test team. So Benny, we've seen you with Flo Gruber, the German sailor, this morning just before competition begins. Tell us about the process that you've been going through and why it's important.
Yeah, basically we try to improve the VMG, and like actually all products we try to improve all the time. And in this case today we tried to change minor things on the bridles to basically make the VMG even better. And yeah, the process looks basically like Florian is going out for 2 upwind runs, 2 downwind runs, comes back in, we do a change, talk about the ideas, gives me feedback how it was, and then we change something, and then we repeat until we are happy. And yeah, then if we are happy, we go racing.
And there's testing in a testing environment, and there's testing in a race environment. So tell me about why the KiteFoil World Series fulfills that special role in the world of development.
Yeah, the KiteFoil World Series are especially important for us as a manufacturer because we have a registered product, which is the VMG2 for this Olympic cycle. But still we need to improve the kite also for the next Olympic cycle. And the test environment during racing is very different to testing in with only 2 people on the water, because in racing you actually always have dirty air of someone, especially on the start line, to get away from the pack. It's important to have a kite where you are able to have, for example, a speed mode to go fast, or high mode to pinch high to go away from the pack. So yeah, racing or testing in the race environment is really important. So that's why the KiteFoil World Series are great to have, because we can test prototypes.
So there are kites that could be really fast in clear air and no other boards around, and then they could be really slow in a race environment because they're just not adaptable enough in the way that you're saying.
Yeah, not really. I would not say slow, but during racing you need to have different options to overtake someone. For example, you can go underneath him and then go faster than him, or you pinch away or push him away from the lee side. So basically you have to have a kite which has different modes, different options, which gives you a lot of possibilities on the race course, and that's why it's so important to test also during racing.
And you said that the kite that you're testing here is not for this Olympic cycle, for Paris 2024. You're actually developing kites now for the following cycle already, for LA 2028?
Well, we did not start with the next project for 2028 yet, but we still try to improve the VMG2 and learn from there to have basically knowledge again when we start with the next project, to have a better starting point. Yeah, so basically the kites we are testing here are serial kites with minor changes on the bridling, and yeah, till now we did not find anything better, so we'll see.
Great. Well, Benny, good to see you down here supporting your riders, and yeah, let's see how those fly surfers go this week.
Let's see, yeah.
So that was Benny Boeli from Fly Surfer that I spoke to a couple of days ago. Down on the beach, we have a great rider as our beach interviewer, Gunnar Biniash, and he is speaking to one of the coaches here, Johnny Dolent. So let's hear what Gunnar can get out of Johnny.
All right, Johnny, it's been pretty interesting conditions, very strong. So, and Martin was doing pretty good.
Yeah, Martin is doing, this time was very good. Yeah, he did a very good start. After that, he was first on upwind mark. After upwind mark, I think he went for a more safer downwind. And then luckily on the end, he came second. Yeah. I think was having a more reserve, more safer direction.
That's a very good approach. I mean, he's one of the heavier, bigger riders. so he's got a bit of an advantage here, don't you think?
Oh yeah, for sure. Heavy riders have an advantage in this win. You can see Connor was doing very good. He's also much heavier than Mazzella. Unfortunately, he didn't caught him. I think he felt on the end, but you can see the difference, yeah, for sure.
Exactly. So how do you sort of rate these conditions? It's quite on the limit at the moment.
I think these conditions are quite on the limit. Yeah. It is still raceable, but very close to the point where we can say, okay, it's too much. Yeah. But I think for now it's still okay. We'll see what's happened.
And we saw Axel Mazzella basically crushing that race. He's really fast downwind. Why do you think that is?
Well, Axel is fast in every direction, especially in downwind. But as you can see, even he did a mistake in these conditions, which are quite. I think the corner put the pressure on him. He was really behind him, so he was giving everything to win that race and crash on the end. Yeah, but in the end, Connor crashed as well. So Connor finished third and Axel first.
Okay. All right. All right, thanks, Johnny. And back to the studio.
You're welcome.
So that was Johnny Dolent on the beach speaking to our interviewer Gunnar Biniash, and Johnny Dolent very pleased to see that his son Martin sailed a really great downwind, and then Martin the Croatian ended up coming second across the line behind Axel Mazzella. Mirko, we've got the results in. Can you just update us on what did happen in that race? Just take it from the top again with Mazzella winning.
Yeah, Mazzella, it was take the win of the first race of the day. We saw a lot of splashing and crashing into the water, and we were worried about Connor being overtaken by Dennis, which it wasn't. So at the end was Martin Dolenc keeping in second position until the end, which is a really great result for him, which is the best result of all the series so far for him. And then third, Connor Bainbridge. He managed to cross the finish line in front of Dennis Taradin. But fourth, great result from Marcus Erdogan, which really managed to deal with the waves and the strong wind. And fifth, Dennis Taradin. So again, the difference on points is not that much. You are not opening the door to and losing any points during the next series of the day.
It looked much worse for Connor Bainbridge when we saw the crashing, but the gaps had opened up enough for him to recover for third across the line, so not as bad as we'd thought for Connor. And then I don't know if you're able to look further down the scores to see where the women did in that race, but Poema Newland, there she is, and ninth in that race, so really good result. So she stretches her lead over Lorian Nolo, who was 16th in that race. Good race for Alina Corneli, closing the gap to second place. Alina still in third, and then just a few points back, Valeria Garashenko from Russian Federation in fourth place. So still plenty going on there, but going to be hard for anyone to topple the very consistent Poema Newland.
Yes, exactly, and I must say that Poema Newland, she's getting better and better every single race. Amazing. Lorian Lolo, we saw at the beginning, just right before the race, she had a problem on the bridle, tried to adjust all the bridle on this kite, and I hope that it's gonna be everything setting up for the next one and no problem at all. Another good remark is Alina on 12, Alina Corneli on 12 overall on the last race on that condition. Again, it proved that they are getting better and better every single day, and doing the race in this kind of condition is a great training for them as well.
Yeah, you can't back off when you got 3 back-to-back races, which is what they have now. We're about to come into the second race of the first session. We're going for 6 races in total today. This is KiteFoil World Series Gran Canaria. This is the 5th and final event of the season, and at the moment Axel Mazzella, winner of the race just now, is winning this event with straight firsts, discarding a second place, and he is looking pretty much invincible for winning the series overall this year as well. Much more interesting battle going on for second and third. The Dennis Conner battle of the beards between Denis Taradin of Russia and Conor Bainbridge of Great Britain. And then in the women, Poema Newland, leading French, Lauriane Nolot in second, and Alina Corneli from Austria in third. We're going into the final minute before the start of the next race. It's going to be again twice up to the top and twice down to the bottom, and then that race across to the finish line near the beach. So 36 seconds. What did we learn from the first race? How is that going to change our tactics this time round, Mirko?
I guess it's gonna be almost the same, because the wind condition and the current must be the same. They, like we saw in the previous race, they align and they cross the starting line more close to the pin end, and all the way keep the left side of the course, hitting the ley line on the left, tacking, go all the way up, crossing the ley line on the right side of the course and straight to Mark 1. I guess it's gonna be the same as well. You can see they are almost in the center of the starting line, all the way aligned close to the pin end.
Fully up to speed now. Let's see who gets the early advantage. We've got a black kite on the left. Let's see if we can hook into that. As they come out of the sun, it gets a little bit clearer, and actually maybe that is not a black kite. Maybe
it seems to be Connor in front. It seems to be a F1 gray kite, Connor in front, leading the fleet.
Okay, Conor Bainbridge on the left hand side,
and then Martin Dolic again.
So Martin on the left of picture now with a fly surfer, yellow, white and grey kite, again looking really fast in the early phases. Is it right that Martin is a little bit lower and faster, whereas Conor Bainbridge is a little bit higher and slower? Maybe similar VMGs, but different ways up the course?
Yeah, they are used to be in a different angle, different size. Sometime it's just you have to keep different angles. So if you go more for VMG, usually Connor is going more for angle to the wind. So and then we see that Martin, it goes quicker and lower, and this definitely lead the fleet so far.
So Martin Dolic again looking very fast in the early stages. How will he be able to hold on to Axel Mazzella on the downwind legs this time? That was where Mazzella turned around the race.
Close to the tacking now. Yeah, he's doing.
So the rest of the leaders now tacking onto port, and it looks like Denis Taradin, the black kite, and also Axel Mazzella black kite are in amongst the front 5. That's Marcus Edegran with the bright yellow kite in the middle of picture right now, and Florian Gruber going across to the left just out of screen.
So we have all the way to the left Martin.
So Martin left of picture right now, and then further to the left, I think that's Florian Gruber on the far left, but he's a little way back.
Yeah, he's way back, exactly. I'm really curious to see who is going to round the mark number 1 on the first leg upwind, because if it's going to be the same like before, I'm really curious again to see how he's going to play Axel all the way downwind, super deep and fast. Okay, we see the first black ozone tacking all the way up, coming, crossing the leader. We saw a fly surfer attacking now, straight behind the black ozone, and then a gray kite, Connor, and the other black ozone, which can be Axel, Martin, Connor, Dennis. Is a guess.
Yeah, I think you're right. So we think that is Mazzella going round onto the downwind, closely followed by Martin Dolence, then Connor Bainbridge and Dennis Taradin locked together. We saw that tangle up between them in Fuerteventura. They're tangled on the race results as well, both in this event, second and third, and also in the overall series.
Oof. Really bad timing on his jibe.
What happened there? Mazzella had to.
No, when he started to jibe to raise his kite, his foil just make some ventilation on it, and so he tried to manage. I mean, he pushing again, and he managed to not splash into the water, which again was not easy. You know, he changed his angle and he went down to the waves to keep the speed.
So back with the two front runners right now,
Axel and Dennis.
So Dennis on the left, and then Axel on the right. And Dennis looks like he's got pretty similar pace to Axel at the moment, but maybe from this angle we can't see the difference in angle. Of maybe Axel Mazzella is again going a little bit lower and deeper than Dennis Taradin, and this seems to be the great skill of Mazzella, to be able to just soak a little bit lower and go more directly to the bottom mark than his rivals. And you can now see that he's stretching the advantage on the Russian Federation rider Dennis Taradin, who's struggling to hold on to Axel Mazzella. Mazzella again looking imperious as he goes into a jibe. Taradin also jibing at the same time. And coming into picture we've got Dolence and Bainbridge. So these are the front four, and we've got Mazzella looking hard to beat. We've got Dolence in on the action, second in the first race and fighting for second in this race right now.
Yeah, it's nice. It's a nice shot here on the gate at the first bottom gate rounding, with all four almost on the same second, I must say.
So very, very close between the front four, and then a bit of a gap back to the next. And that's
Mazzella.
That is Mazzella. So that's our leader, Axel Mazzella, onto starboard tack, looking in control up the final leg of these extremely short races. Speaking to one of the relative beginners in this fleet, Andre Olsen from Sweden, he used to sail lasers and 470s, but he says sailing around the same course in a kiteboard on a KiteFoiler, they're doing the same distance course as a laser, but in a quarter of the time. It takes a laser 4 times as much time to get around this race course as one of these high-speed KiteFoilers, just to give you a perspective compared with a conventional sailing dinghy.
Yeah, everything that is foiling is not comparable to let's say normal dinghy. There's just two different way to deal with the entire race, or just almost to sport. But it's really good that to see the difference how the sailing sport also has been developed on the last few years, which is just getting wider perspective, wider view for everyone around the world, which maybe they are not into it from the younger age.
Well, if you're watching this for the first time, I hope you're getting into it. This is absolutely incredible athleticism being displayed by these riders, and great courage as well. As ever, when we're watching the front runners, you don't see as many splashes and crashes as you would if we were watching the back of this fleet. So they are making it look much easier than it actually is.
Yeah, now we had the Martin Dolence with it took the port gate, and he went all the way on the right side of the course, a little bit higher than Dennis and Axel. Pretty curious to see if they gain something. Axel still in front, Dennis straight behind, is still not attack on starboard for the last part of the second upwind leg.
Mazzella punching upwind, looking very much in control, coming towards the top of the course. Can anyone catch him?
How difficult it is to keep consistency on this condition. There is no room for any mistake, and being over there every time, I mean, it's just insane.
It's amazing.
It's
isn't
amazing.
It?
Yeah.
He's totally in flow, Axel Mazzella. You hardly see any splash from his board. Occasionally, just riding over these waves, there's just a bit of spray, but he's riding these waves so cleanly.
Yeah, and you see the position of his leg, and then really wide stance on the board, and the knee wide open, so to keep most of the pressure on his quadriceps muscle on the leg. And then you can see how he's playing slingshot when he's rounding the mark and start going all the way as deep as he can on the last downwind legs 4 for race number 2.
So this was the moment last lap where Dennis, Mirko, you pointed out that he had a bit of cavitation. Will he get through the jibe okay this time? It looks like he has done.
Yeah, this one it was clean, but you can see Dennis in front of Connor, and then Martin is just behind now. So Dennis, he managed to keep the second place so far.
And why does the kite ride up and down like that out of the jibe? Why does it look a little bit unstable at times out of the jibe?
No, because they are just to change during the jibe to fly the kite to the other side of the wind window. So they just raise the kite a little bit to slow down just a little bit and start turning the board to the other side. The importance is to keep enough speed for not having any ventilation, and keep the pressure on your foot. And then as far as you are pointing the right direction, the kite must be already all the way down to go on the right, to get as much speed as you can straight forward. So this is why you play a little bit kite up, turning around, and go to the other side.
Now, is that Dennis Taradin that we're seeing there, or is that Axel Mazzella?
I think it's Axel.
So that is Axel Mazzella.
Yeah.
And he's getting down to the bottom of the course.
Yeah, jibing.
About to turn on to the final fast reach across to the finish near the beach. And Axel Mazzella looking majestic once again. Could it be that Axel Mazzella will go on and win this competition with a perfect set of scores?
First 2 races, 2 bullet. What you want more? And then Dennis behind him. We will follow Dennis and Connor straight. They were second and third, and Martin was in fourth. Let's see if there is any splash or any drama on the last leg. This is Axel that he crossed the finish line. Yes, so Dennis safely second. So he gained 1 small point.
Yes,
but I think it's not enough.
Well, maybe he carries on for the rest of the afternoon. He might just close the gap on Connor Bainbridge. It's probably going to need a mistake from Connor Bainbridge for Dennis Taradin actually to be able to close that gap. But Taradin looks like he's getting better. That's Taradin in picture there, just crossing the finish line, just adjusting his bar and just trying to relax as much as anybody can relax in between races.
Yeah, so we really understand pretty well, because they were close on the last leg. Axel confirmed his supremacy on those conditions, and Dennis in front of Connor that time, and so Connor third, and Martin he make it just straight behind Connor on fourth position.
So let's go to an ad, and then we'll come. Okay, so the
Really happy for the event that we're racing today and for everyone. I mean, relatively the conditions are quite good. It's pretty warm. The wind is relatively constant, and the sea state is you know, it's a bit choppy, but there's no seaweed or any problems like that. So I think the racing is fantastic. I'm so impressed with the fleet's able to go this fast around the course this comfortably. There's no other sailing that can do this.
Exactly. So, I mean, you normally race, and what other respect? How does it compare?
Well, this is just it takes a lot of skill to be able to stand on this little stick and fly around at 35 knots in 30 knots of wind and race against everyone. But I mean, in the end, once you get your skills, your board skills sorted, it becomes the same as, you know, as keelboat sailing or other sailing, where you're, you know, playing your modes, playing the tactics, starting, ley lines, fleet management. It's all the same. And I think as time goes on, the fleet is getting closer together, and the game is becoming more traditional.
Exactly. So, are you gonna plan to do any more KiteFoil racing?
I mean, I love it, and it's such a cool sport in that, you know, we can just put our gear into a bag and go on an aeroplane and fly to an event. The class is growing, the kiting, and I'm going to do as much as I can. I don't have Olympic ambitions. I just do it because I like it, and it keeps me sharp and sort of in my normal sailing life as well. It just adds another tick in what I want to do.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for your time, and back to the studio.
Thank you.
Cool.
The R5, built to win.
So there's our peninsula on the beach. That's where Gunnar Biniashar on the beach interview was talking to Torvar Murski, who's a twice winner of the World Match Racing Tour, one time in keelboats and one time in 32-foot high-speed catamarans, a little bit closer to the world of kitefoiling, but not very close. And he's a professional sailor by trade. He sails Dragon keelboats, which you're lucky if you do 5 knots in a Dragon keelboat. These boards, Mocha, they go up to what, close to 40 knots?
40.
40, right?
40. The kite.
Yeah, not a Dragon.
No, the Dragon not for sure. No, yeah, the KiteFoil, it can reach downwind 40 knots if you have enough skill, even more on the downwind reach, but around 25 upwind for someone which is not used, or he just spend his life on a, let's say, classic dinghy. It must be insane the first time that you go so fast.
So I didn't catch why Torvar wasn't out there. I assume he's decided that the conditions are too much for him, and that this is beyond his limit. But I'm not sure on that one. We got 12 minutes until the next start. So Torvar Murski, he took some time out of sailing to do a degree in mechanical engineering, and then while he was doing that as a bit of a hobby, he took up kiteboarding and then kitefoiling. And then when he did come back to the sailing, within a year of coming back, he had won the World Match Racing Tour again. And he said that part of the reason why he was able to win the World Match Racing Tour, despite not sailing very much, was the kitefoiling had got his head into the game. And it's the speed that everything happens. When you get on a conventional boat again, it makes you feel like you've got all the time in the world to make decisions.
Yeah, I guess that having experienced it for the first time kitefoiling and start to see the different perspective of sailing, you know, the sailing competition, the sailing world, and with the different view, it will help a lot. And then guys like Torvar, for sure, they get the benefit to know kitefoiling and to bring everything that they learn from different sailing things, also to bring it on the classic one.
So in the previous race, it was Axel Mazzella that won that race, so that's 2 race wins to him, and then it was Martin Dolenz who was second in the race at the beginning of the session, but in that race just then, it was Dennis Taradin who was second across the line, and Connor Bainbridge in third. We got 10 minutes to the next start. I did an interview with Florian Gruber a couple of days ago, and we looked in more detail at the Levitas foil that he uses, and he talks through the technology that goes on under the water beautifully. So let's take a look at that video with Florian Gruber. Benny Boeli is here in Gran Canaria as part of the Fly Surfer test team.
We got the decision today, like at 2 o'clock, that we are not gonna go on the race course. I think it was the right call because I was going on the water right after, just to give the gear a try and just for myself and with our federation. But it was really gusty in there, so the call was right. So when the AP flag is coming up with an extra white and blue flag, it means we are done for today. Yeah, so the guys can rest now, hanging out on the pool, and yeah, we save the energy for the next 2 days. The foil is for us, yeah, really important to keep it in shape and clean. Especially the surface area on the mast and on the front wing, because these parts are always moving in and out of the water, so the water surface is always moving, and when you have there some sun cream or some touches from the fingerprints on it, the water flow is not that good anymore, and then it separates off the foil and you get some ventilation and air bubbles. The same is also especially on the wing tips of the front wing. This one comes out sometimes. So they are designed for that, for coming out as well, that you have more control when you're riding a high angle leaning over. And yeah, so for that I use the most time some glass cleaner or fresh water to clean it first, and then some silicone remover to get really like a clean surface, and yeah, I want to have it as smooth as possible. We have a stainless steel connection on the bottom to be as solid as possible on these small areas. And what we have as a good feature, especially when you have different conditions, we have 2 small screw holes close to the back wing, and there I can change the angle of attack, and I can produce more or less lift on my foil, and especially like in wavy or when there's a lot of current in the water. You want to have a bit more lift, so it has more control and you're more stable.
Benny Boeli is here in Gran Canaria as part of... Yeah, so Florian Gruber, one of the old men of the fleet at the age of 27, can you believe?
Yeah, about consistency we can say, okay, look at Florian Gruber, how long his career is going to be, from many years ago, and then still on the top 10.
Great to see that he's going out as the IKA coach for the Youth World Championship about to take place in Oman in just over a week's time. So Florian there offering all his experience and knowledge to help out the young competitors who are going to be competing at the Youth World Championships. And there wasn't a Youth Worlds a year ago because of COVID, so this is the first event in 2 years, but it's also, Mirko, the first time that we've seen the KiteFoilers competing at youth level in this event. It's the 50th edition of this really prestigious event that's always been very conventional, traditional sailing with boats like 420s and lasers, but now we see the cutting edge of kite foiling in there. That must be very exciting for you as the IKA president.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, all IK is really happy about that, and then I think is the move to do to start having something different from the youth war sailing events, and it will help also to have a different view from all the M&A and all the technical people around the world to start to improving their fleet also for the future in on a kite foiling. So yes, I'm really curious to see and watch that first ever kite foiling regatta on the youth war sailing worlds in Oman.
There's a couple of the youths that will be competing there that are world class at senior level as well. So that you probably can't say that for any of the other divisions being competed for in Oman. But yeah, it's going to be world class levels of competition at the Youth World Championships in Oman. We've got just under 5 minutes until the start of the third race today. There's Max Mader, the 15-year-old that won the event in Fuerteventura just before this one. He wasn't able to compete in Gran Canaria because he is getting himself ready to see if he can win those Youth World Championships, and he'll certainly start as one of the favourites along with Italy's Riccardo Pianozzi. So let's see how it goes between those two, or will there be some others that get in the way of that match race? It'll be interesting to see how things play out. So let's take a look at the scores so far, and Axel Mazzella with just his lead just stretches away with that perfect set of 5 wins from 5 races. Mirko, talk us through who did what in the last race.
Yeah, like we were following closely all the race before, so we can confirm that Axel Mazzella scored his second bullet of the day, and then second Dennis Taradin in front of Connor. We saw him, it was running for the first mark, but he managed to really make himself closer to Axel Mazzella when then extend his lead. So Dennis make it second, third Connor, and 4 Martin Dolenj. Straight behind Connor, which it was a great result for him, I guess. Straight behind we had Marcus Hedegrand from USA, close on the finish line, just chasing by the Israeli Dor Zarka, which is impressive. Is getting better and better as well every single race, and mainly on this kind of condition on rough sea. He must be happy about his result. And then another youth, which is just new on the top 10, also from Russian Federation, Mikhail Novikov, which is also under 17 years. So also, and is getting really a great result on the last race, 7th place, straight in front of the veteran Florian Gruber. It's really great, huh?
It is. We've got people of very different ages competing against each other from a range of countries. We've just got a news that there's a very short postponement, so the third race will be going ahead fairly soon, but we're just going to hold on that for a moment. We'll just cut to an advert and come back to you soon.
Meet the R1 V4, our highest performance Olympic and IKA registered racing machine.
So AP flag showing on the committee boat, and you can see it's quite a little committee boat and some very big waves. And Mirko, what's the reason for the delay?
Yeah, the reason for the delay is taken by Mikael just to adjust the top mark a little bit more to the right according to the wind shift, and to make it more square the course, so to keep the right angle and right time on port and on starboard all the way to the windward mark. So it makes totally sense. It's always good decision which Michael is taking in the water. It will take just a couple of minutes to set up a new put the Mark 1 on new position, and we will see race number 3 of the day.
Great. So the we've now got a time to start of just over 4 minutes. So that came in nice and quickly. So well done to the mark positioners out there. What kind of depth of water are we talking about here, Mirko? Do you know?
You know, honestly, I don't know. I know because there's been some discussion. Not deep as Fuerteventura. Fuerteventura they struggle a little bit, but at least if they manage so quick, must not be more than 30 or 40 meter deep.
And then you don't go much further out, and then the depth would drop off a cliff, wouldn't it? Out here in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean.
There is no way to anchor any mark if you go farther out. And in Fuerteventura they said if they're gonna be on the wrong spot, it might be more than 250 meters, which is a no-go.
Let's just do a quick update on the women's results before we turn our focus back onto the next start. So Poema Newland, she's on 51 points, 11th in that last race. Lorraine Nolot didn't compete in the last race, unfortunately, so that gap stretches away. And Alina Corneli with a 12th place, just 1 point behind Poema Newland in the last race, now is just closing to within 1 point of Lorraine Nolot. Okay, we can just hear from Poema Newland, who is on the beach, I hear. So the real quick interview. We're going to see if we can get a quick interview with Poema on the beach and find out why she's not out there.
Poema is on the beach. I'm heading over there now. I'm going to ask her for an interview. Ow.
DR5, built to win.
Okay, so unfortunately we weren't able to get that interview with Poema. We need to get back to the start of the next race. 1 minute 20 to go, Mirko.
Yes, ready for race number 3. I don't know if it's gonna be a game changer having the top mark all the way more to the right side of the course. Let's see if they're gonna change their tactics on the windward leg. But I guess I mean we will know it in less than a minute when the fleet will just cross the starting line. Wind, it seems to be a little bit stronger than before.
It certainly is in our commentary booth, isn't it? We got paper blowing everywhere, Mirko.
Yes, exactly, for sure. For sure, maybe the angle also is changing here, so we have to keep something more on top of it.
It's chaos in the booth here, so I can't imagine what it's like out there. With just less than 30 seconds to go, you can see the riders trying to judge their time on distance as they draw closer to the line, and we see the kites up high in the air above the riders, and as we get into the final 2 or 3 seconds before the start, you'll see those kites swinging down towards the water as they bring them into the power zone. Most of the riders now on their 9-meter kites. There'll be a couple of fly surfers on 11 meters. Here we go, the start is in and they're off.
This time pretty close to the race committee boat, all close by. Again, a fly surfer on the front of the fleet. I guess Martin Dolenz again.
We're guessing Martin Dolenz. I mean, not only is he fast upwind, but he's a phenomenal starter. We can't confirm that quite yet, but if that is Martin, he is proving to be the most consistent starter by far. And then the two black ozone kites are not far off the front of the pack either. Dennis Taradin, and I think that might be Dennis Taradin most left that we see right now, and then maybe the fly surfer of Martin Dolenz. So I'm told that the fly surfer on the left is actually Flo Gruber, and then just to the right of him, that's who we're looking at now, Dennis Taradin on the right. So
yeah, and Florian Gruber on the left.
So much better start by Florian Gruber, and we've not seen the best of Flo Gruber. He's been hovering in the top 10, but not the right end of the top 10 for what he would want. So now is the German's opportunity with a fantastic start to show what he can do with the rest of the fleet.
But I must say anyway, Martin Dolenz is all the way up. Let's see, Axel is the one that is tacking, or is just the one behind. It's just a question.
On the left, it's Martin Dolenz, that's who we're looking at now, and Dennis Taradin on the right, just going into attack. And then behind them with the orange kite, bit of a that was a wave.
Tiger Tyson.
Tiger Tyson just out of picture, and then Marcus Edegran with his yellow kite just got into attack. The American successfully executing the attack, going across from right to left with a fly surfer.
Which it must be Florian Gruber then.
Okay, so Flo Gruber on the left, Martin Dolenz it was after all who got the good start.
Yeah, exactly. And then Marcus Edegran is the yellow, full yellow ozone, which we love to see a kite so in a different color, to recognize him quickly.
What I forgot to ask Benny Boeli the other day in the interview with him is, why can't we have more different color fly surfer kites?
You should just keep it for the next interview. But we all know that soon is gonna be a great national flag on the kite, just to help.
That will help us enormously.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's Flo Gruber that we're looking at there with his fly surfer kite. He's the most left hand of all the boards on the race course. That's him on the left of screen now. Marcus Edegran from the USA in the middle, and then just ahead of Marcus Edegran is Connor Bainbridge.
Yeah.
Going into the tack, it's one of the black ozones. It's either Dennis Taradin or it's Axel Mazzella. They're almost neck and neck, Taradin and Mazzella, with the two black ozones. They're on their final approach to the top mark for the first time. Looks like it might be Mazzella in the lead.
As far as we can see, if there is a cam on his helmet, we will definitely the position of the slingshot, it seems to be more Axel position.
So we think it's Axel Mazzella leading.
No, Dennis
leading, and Axel Mazzella not far behind. And it's still very close with these, and quite different stances, as you rightly pointed out, Mirko. And I also think we can see Mazzella going lower already. So Mazzella already in the controlling position where Dennis Taradin probably isn't going to be able to jibe where he wants to. He might have to wait for Mazzella to make the first move.
Yes, exactly. Now Mazzella is just closing the possibility to Okay, Dennis is jibing. Let's see, is deeper enough to just go all the way in front of Axel.
Dennis Terradin charging downwind, looking in good control despite the waves doing their best to upend his board. Micromuscular control, keeping the Russian Federation rider in great control. Just leaning forwards there for a moment, just shoving the nose of the board down.
You can see having the waves on your side and try to keep all the board always not eating the white water. Stay on the clean water, descending the waves, which from this perspective is not so real. We must say that it's real rough, and then when we start going downwind, it's real waves pushing you.
And it's close between the front four right now, with Dennis Terradin on the right, holding on for the lead. Axel Mazzella not surging into the lead quite as quickly as he's managed to. This could be the first time that we see another rider leading at the bottom gate, as we view Dennis Terradin just about to surge around this leeward gate mark in the lead and swinging his kite down to the water. And he's got a good lead.
Yeah, it's a good lead over Axel.
So he's actually stretched his lead. Dennis Terradin extended his lead. No one ever does that to Axel Mazzella. Going out to the right, Mirko?
Yes, the right is Connor, and the fly surfer went to the right side of the course, so they get the starboard gate. But as you see, they just Connor just get into the tack and go straight to the left side of the course as well.
So Mazzella actually in fourth at the moment, is that right?
Second.
Oh, sorry, there he is. Sorry,
Dennis,
no, sorry, I missed.
But it's amazing how Dennis is stretching the lead in this condition. He must change something. He just feel more comfortable for whatever reason. Okay, we can easily see he's in his 9. Ozone Air 9 square meter. You can see his position really fold over his head. And the head almost in between of the leg.
Right, he's going into attack. How does he know when to attack? How does he know where the ley line is? Is he guessing, or is he looking over his shoulder?
No, they are looking over the shoulder. They are looking over the shoulder together with the timing that you know how long it will take. So when you cross the gate, you go all the way, and you know already more or less where the ley line is gonna be for the right place where to tack, and then you just start to have a look over your shoulder on the angle of the top mark, and then boom, you decided to tack.
Dennis Terradin not looking intimidated by the conditions. All that Tarifa training is paying off for the rider from the Russian Federation right now.
Yes, exactly. You can see the waves. He is eating the waves with his back. Sometimes he tries to stay more up with his body, keeping the angle of the board. It's really important not to get any ventilation at all. You can't imagine the pressure that you have to keep in your feet.
Another solid race by Marcus Edegran with the yellow kite. Just successfully executed attack for the USA rider. And just going across the front face of him, that could be Martin Dolence going out to the left, either Dolence or Gruber. And that most likely is the Antiguan rider Tiger Tyson on the left hand side, but we have 2 orange ozones to play with here. So
yeah, the youth, also the youth rider from the Russian Federation as well, Mikhail Novikov, which also he has an orange ozone in his hand.
Top end of the course,
Dennis
Terradin still leading, just going across the front of Axel Mazzella.
That much, really?
Will Dennis be able to hold on? The Mazzella has been so dominant at this event. He must be wondering whether he can really hold on to the lead, because Mazzella seems to have closed the lead And there's only about 2 or 3 seconds of advantage now. Oh, what's happened?
No.
Dennis has had a disaster. So
there is a double tangle. Maybe he was really short to get to the mark. He just tack over early. Then he had to do a double tack, and then he just missed. And again, together with Connor, they were close by.
Good recovery by Dennis Taradin, but what an unfortunate, unforced error. Just underjudged his ley line maybe, and didn't give himself enough space to get up to the top mark comfortably. And now that's handed the lead back to Mazzella on a plate, and it's a battle between Dennis Connor for second and third, and just behind them it would be maybe
or Tiger or Mikhail Novikov, one of those, which they have the same ozone orange color.
So Novikov and Tyson just about to go around the top mark, but we are now back looking at the battle between Dennis and Connor. It's Dennis Taradin with the black kite on the left, and it's Connor.
This is Fly Surfer. No, this is the Fly Surfer.
Oh, Martin Dolent.
It's Martin Dolent, yeah.
Excuse me. So this is Dolent against Taradin, coming down to the bottom of the course with Mazzella some way in front. Mazzella getting down close towards the bottom of the course.
Yeah, must be really upset. Dennis leading most of the race on, and then make this mistake by just not getting into the Mark 1, the windward mark. Quite a disaster he did it by underestimate the lane line.
Taradin may be getting the better of Martin Dolent on this downwind leg. The ozone, we know, tends to be a little bit faster and deeper, certainly in the hands of Mazzella, than the Fly Surfer, which tends to have its advantage upwind. So Taradin, for all the mistake that he made, maybe he's only lost one place, but of course we've got that very fast reach across to the finish. And Mazzella is now on the final leg. You can see him on the right of screen. So Mazzella with a clear lead, and Taradin going around in second place, but only just ahead of Martin Dolent from Croatia. So Taradin can't afford any more errors. He's got to hold on for second place.
And for it seems to be an F1 kite, which might be Connor Bainbridge.
Most likely Connor Bainbridge, the British rider, in fourth place. So Mazzella wins another race, and second across the line, second in a row, 2 seconds in a row. Dennis Taradin holds on for second place, kicking himself for maybe not winning that race, but still very respectable second place ahead of Martin Dolent. Third place for Croatia, and in fourth across the line, leeching points to his rival, is Connor Bainbridge from Great Britain. So Dennis Taradin, he talked a big game in that interview earlier that we put out. He said he could only go up, he couldn't go down, and Taradin's tough talk seems to be working out for the Russian rider. He is gradually pulling back points on Connor Bainbridge, and that's somebody else with a head cam on their helmet. Can't quite make out who that was.
In front of Marcus Edegran with the yellow, which is easy for us to understand who is who. The one in front, almost impossible to say.
And someone we haven't spoken much about today is Dorzaka, who's been very fast in some of these conditions. I'm just wondering if that was Dorzaka with the head cam.
It can be. He has also an ozone. I don't know. We don't know the color, but we will see later if it might be Dorzaka on fifth place.
And the
just
gaps
in
of
front of Marcus Edegran.
Gaps have really opened up now to the rest of the fleet. We will cut to an advert and we'll come back to you shortly.
Yeah, I will.
Right, so that
is
is
be
the
on the
third
on the
of our
on the beach.
first session of races. So the riders will be coming ashore and they will be having lunch. A quick sandwich is all they've got time for, and then they will be going out for the final session of 3 races, which will conclude KiteFoil World Series Gran Canaria, and indeed conclude the whole 2021 series of KiteFoil World Series. Down on the beach, we are hoping that we will be able to get an interview with Poema Newland, who is leading the women's division at the moment. So, Gunnar, if you can hear us, we're going to go to you fairly shortly and hear what Poema's got to say. We'll cut to an ad and then we'll come back to you. Right, so
I'm here with Poema Newland, current leader of the series. Tell us how it's going today.
Today was really hard. Really wavy and really windy too. So I crashed on the first downwind of the first race and I had a big one. And I said, okay, I have to slow down because I don't want to injure myself. So it was quite a survival mode today. And then I broke my foot strap, so I had to go back to the beach. But it was really difficult, but I'm pretty happy I'm happy we had some races.
Okay, there's probably going to be 3 more. You're going to be just playing it, be trying to win more races.
No, I'm just going to be if they send us out again, I'm just going to be safe because it's too much for me today.
Okay. Thanks, Poema, and back to the studio.
DR5, built to win.
So Poema Newland had a crash, broke her foot straps, and so that gives you some sense of just how marginal the conditions are for some of the riders when the best female rider here is struggling with the conditions, and it puts into perspective Axel Mazella's performance, just winning race after race, capitalizing on that error by Dennis Taradin, who was leading that race, but just something went wrong at the top end. We'll speak to Dennis maybe in the break and find out a little bit more, but speculating, Mirko, we're thinking that we saw Dennis maybe undercook the ley line. He just didn't give himself enough space.
Yeah, maybe it was really a mistake by tacking too early, and on his approaching to the top mark, he just figured out that he can't make it, so he had to do another double tack to get in on position to be able to go around the mark, and it was just a mistake.
So what is the cost of sailing a little bit further than maybe you think you need to, and giving yourself a fat ley line? Is there any problem with that?
I mean, you have just to make that count that 1 second more is about 10 meter, and missing the mark for 10 meter is about a second. If you're gonna just make a mistake and splash in the water, do a double tack, then it's maybe under meter cost. So it's always worth to get a little bit longer, but we see compared to the other 1 meter might be the difference, but it's better to just go a little bit longer. Maybe it was about the waves, current, a gust on few angle on the few degree angle worse, so it take him a little bit lower than expected, so can be different scenario. one thing that we saw, he make a mistake.
But apart from that, he sailed a really, really good race, didn't he? I mean, Dennis looks like he's got good control in these conditions, and but for that one error, he may well have beaten Mazzella, because he stretched distance on Mazzella on the first downwind run. That's the first time we've seen anyone pull distance on Mazzella on a downwind leg.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. And for the first time, we see Dennis all the way downwind, great angle, great deep, all the way down to the bottom gate, and it was amazing having him stretching the lead compared to Axel, which we never saw it before.
So who would you put your money on right now for second place in this event, and which would then give them second overall in the 2021 series? Is it going to be Conor Bainbridge, or is it going to be Dennis Terradin, because it's still so close between those two?
It's gonna be difficult. Maybe we can pick it up the number of their lycra and then play on the roulette at the casino tonight. It might be easier. It's gonna be difficult. Conor, you have to manage a couple of points leading from day number one, so maybe have a count on the result and see how far he can go Conor behind him, how many times, just to keep the number of points leading between Conor and Dennis.
And then as for Poema Newland, talking about her crash and breaking foot straps, that came as a shock to me. I didn't imagine that Poema Newland would have met her limit, but it just goes to show how hard and how challenging those conditions are out there. So the question now is, will Lauriane Nolot be able to use the 3 races this afternoon to close the gap? Of course, Newland can review the conditions, and if the conditions soften a little bit in the hour or so that they're going to be having their break, it's a little bit less than an hour actually, but if anything, the conditions are going to be just as strong. We understand that Gunnar Biniash down on the beach has Axel Mazzella, the series leader, ready to interview. So let's go over to Gunnar and see if we can hear what the overall leader of this event has to say.
I'm here with Axel Mazzella. 2 races out of 3, really difficult conditions. Tell it what it was like.
Yeah, we've been out there on the 9 meters. It was pretty strong, and especially super wavy too. We did 3 races, 3 bullets. I'm super happy about that. For sure, it was really tight racing, especially with Conor, Martin Dolinck and Denis. But yeah, we did the job, and we'll see what will happen for the next hours. We now have a break, and I have to rest a bit my body, and yeah, we'll see for the next.
Okay. This is pretty windy. Is this about as windy as it gets for racing?
It's actually pretty strong. I mean, maybe we have gusts to more than 35 knots, something like this, and it's especially about the wave, because if you have 35 knots but it's pretty flat, you can push on your board and keep the kite going fast. But when it's wavy like this, it's really hard to move on the board, control the kite at the same time. It's really hard to jibe too. On the downwind, we were all of us, we were pretty scary to do that. I saw some top guys doing some jibe, some tacks on the downwind. So yeah, it's super scary, and that's part of the game, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, and good luck for the next 3 races.
Thank you.
Back to the studio.
Axel Mazzella, he is the overall leader of this event and absolutely dominating so far today, Mirko, with 3 race wins. You could tell how happy he was about that. He could probably pack up now and not have to race the races this afternoon, but he's going to go out, isn't he? Every opportunity.
Yeah, he will, because also if it's going to be 3 discard, he will be on the water, because an athlete like Axel Mazella, he wants to be in the water until the end. He doesn't want to miss any single minute into the course, because it's going to help him as well for the next event and then all the training thing. Every time that you're going to race, you're going to start you're going to cross your starting line, you're going to improve yourself. You need it.
Just remind us of where the other events have taken place before leading up to Gran Canaria this year.
Yeah, we had the first event in July in Giseria, on the southest, one of the southest region of Italy, in Calabria, and then moved to the lake in Traunsee, a beautiful lake in Traunsee in Austria. And then we had the third event in Cagliari, which we have been also having this event since many years in the beautiful Poeto Bay in the southern part of Sardinia. And then just getting for the back-to-back event here in the Canary Island.
Fuerteventura and then Gran Canaria. Yeah. Now you are, nothing happens in Cagliari in Sardinia without you knowing about it, Mirko. So we're going to play some footage from the event, the third event of this season in Cagliari. Why is Cagliari so special to you, and what makes it so great for this kind of racing?
I mean, Cagliari to me is just the city where I live. I'm born in the northeast of Italy, close to Bologna. But then 25 years ago, I moved to the south part of Sardinia when I decided to just retire from my windsurfing career. So I'm just falling in love of this part of the island. And when I got the chance to have an international event over there, we just started challenging that. From the 2012, when we had the first World Championship, it was a Formula Kite World Championship, not in foil at the time, in 2012, but it was, racing start growing, 3 fins, some of the board they had 4 fins, and great participation, over 200 entry at the time, because it was the period where it became Olympic for Rio, and then was overruled of all the history that we remember. So starting from that period, it was a legacy that we really want to keep going, and then every single year we had an international event in Poeto, and then also all the riders really love it. It's a beautiful long beach. You can have a onshore sea breeze, offshore mistral wind, different kind of condition. The city just behind, harbor, and the airport close by. I mean, if all the riders say we enjoy and we like it, why don't repeat year after year? So this is why we are keeping Cagliari in the radar of the main international event every single year.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what the riders want. And so we will be back to you with the next and final session of 3 races. So we'll be back to you in about 40 minutes or so from now. So do stick with us. In the meantime, here's a documentary from the event in Cagliari earlier this year. Hope you enjoy this, and see you back live in Gran Canaria about 40 minutes from now.
Welcome to Poeto Beach in Cagliari, Italy. Here in Poeto, from the 6th to the 10th of October 2021, the elite of the international kiteboarding scene gathered to compete in the 3rd stop of the 2021 KiteFoil World Series. Cagliari has been a favourite location for the World Series organisers, with the riders enjoying every minute spent in this great venue that offers so much. It's the Globe-Trotting Tour's 4th edition staged off Cagliari's Poeto Beach on the peerless Gulf of Angels. Cagliari is the capital of the magnificent island of Sardinia, an autonomous region of Italy, and has always been an ideal location for water sports such as surfing, kitesurfing, windsurfing and sailing due to strong, reliable and always favourable winds. Key sponsors, the Sardinian region and the city of Cagliari, seized on international kitefoil racing over the iconic waters as a perfect vehicle to showcase the Mediterranean island. Moreover, it boosts the great effort made over the years by local authorities to transform the region into a sports destination for everyone.
Isola dello sport, il turismo sportivo. Io rappresento il turismo, il mio collega presidente del CUNI, lo sport. Insieme per vincere e portare la Sardegna nel mondo.
Sport e turismo credo che siano due cose che devono camminare insieme. Sono la forza di quest'isola. Noi abbiamo veramente tutto per poter competere ai livelli internazionali e grazie all'assessorato del turismo, che è molto sensibile, noi speriamo che lo sport possa continuare a crescere.
The city, though, is much more than just a sporting venue. Its wonderful roads and city centre is reminiscent of a bygone era. It's the region's cultural, educational, political and artistic centre. Visitors to Cagliari can find numerous monuments and libraries of great interest and have the chance to combine unique sightseeing with sports tourism. The highest level support from Sardinian authorities, eager to project the island onto the world stage, set the course for 4 days of intense competition. Even before the beginning of the event, it was clear amongst the competitors, having spent a lot of time competing here over the years, that they were looking forward to action in this place that means so much to so many.
It's a really nice place. Every time we come here we have good wind. The Mistral wind is pretty hard, I would say, but we know what to expect when you come here, and that's one of the reasons we're racing here also, is to race in strong wind. It's a lovely place.
I love Poeto, and that's why I live down there. I moved for the winter with my family, so I love this place. Not just because it's so great, it's so warm and so nice, but because it's a great place for kiteboarding. We did a lot of training last year here. We improved a lot, so we try to repeat and spend our time over here. We're ready to battle here in Poeto, but mostly focusing already on the Worlds next week. One of the great things about this place is, beside the nice weather all year round, is the variety of conditions. People know Cagliari mostly for this offshore condition, which happen quite a bit, but it's not the only wind we have. We have side shore, we have onshore, we have choppy waves. So we believe it's a good variety of conditions. So helps a lot improving skills in all conditions.
"42 athletes, 29 men and 13 women from 19 countries and 5 continents, vied for a share of the €25,000 prize pot in the World Series Cagliari, the third of 5 scheduled acts. The winnings are split equally between the men and women, racing together in one fleet. This globe-trotting tour is an unrivaled opportunity to hone skills and improve times against the best in the world. The goal is bagging coveted qualifying spots for the Paris 2024 Games, where kiteboarding will make its Olympic debut. The third stop of the World Series was significant, as it was held just a few days before the 2021 IKA Formula Kite World Championships, also taking place in Italy at Torre Grande. Even though many thought that the top athletes would skip this event to rest ahead of the Worlds, many of them decided to join, finding it the perfect opportunity to test their limits once again.
And in the end, actually, we've got the majority of the top 10 here. I think we're only missing maybe 2 or 3 people from the European top 10, and which means it's great training. So I mean, all we've been doing in Torre Grande is going around a race course, and here we can go around a race course and make it a little bit more formal. So yeah, I think so many of the top guys are here that we're all going into it in the same place, and hopefully be able to make through another week of racing in one piece.
I think competing here gives me a really good training to warm up for the World Championship and to get me in that race mode. And yeah, that's why I decided to compete here. Yeah, I know some guys didn't want to compete here because they think it's going to tire them, so and they focus on the Worlds. That's also a reasonable tactic, but I more like to be in the game and like super focused when I get to my next competition.
I decided to compete here in Cagliari because I engaged myself on the KiteFoil World Series, the whole tour, so I did all the stops for the moment, and this was one of the most important ones, so I decided to come here. And I think for myself it's a great opportunity to just set up everything, fine-tune my gear, fine-tune my mindset and be ready for next week, where some others decided to stay on the event site and train there. But I would rather do an event, having my mind set on the racing and yeah, be somewhere different than just staying on the same place and training and getting the pressure increased.
The first day of action off Poeto's beach acted as an early indication that this event was important for all and will certainly be one to remember. In the gusty and shifting Mistral breezes, hitting 33 knots off Cagliari's coast on the Italian resort island of Sardinia, the leading men and women racing in one fleet traded bullets and overall leads. With searingly quick racing, Britain's Conor Bainbridge did enough to take the lead, with 2 bullets and a second place in the opening day's 5 races on the stunning Gulf of Angels. He saw off challenges from the French trio of Axel Mazzella, Theo Daramcourt and Benoit Gomez. As for the women, after a rocky start, being late for the day's opening 2 races due to indecision over her kite size, Formula Kite European champion Poema Newland managed to top the women's standings, ahead of her countrywomen Jessie Campman and Lorian Nolo, who were lying just behind in the table.
Today we had 5 races in really challenging conditions because the wind was very strong and really gusty, so it was really hard to race in those conditions. I'm happy and not happy about what I did. I just missed the first 2 starts, so yeah, I could be faster to prepare my stuff, and then yeah, I just fight a lot on the 3 last one. So yeah, I'm happy about what I did, and my goal was to finish the race without crashing and without hurting myself. So I'm happy.
The second day of racing saw France's Axel Mazzella and Russia's Denis Taradin engage in an absorbing battle full of drama off the Italian island. The riders traded bullets over the day's 5 races, but nothing better illustrated the intensity of the duels between the pair than the day's final climactic race. Taradin's superior angle and speed upwind saw him lead around the weather mark on both laps of the windward-leeward course, only for Mazzella to overhaul his rival on the downwind legs with his faster pace. The intense pressure on Tharedin forced him into an error, enabling the Frenchman to overtake his rival and land another bullet. Tharedin moved 3 places up the standings to 2nd overall, while Mazzella climbed to the top of the order.
The racing was really tactical, so you really need to look out where to go left, go right. Me and Axel were really close together in the last 2 races, kind of match racing together. I had him in the 4th race, just on the bottom gate. Unfortunately, small mistakes can cost you a place, so in the last race I made a mistake and he overtook me and I finished 2nd, he finished 1st, but still great, 2 more days of racing.
France's Poema Newland retained her overnight lead in the women's fleet, racing side by side with the men. But by her own admission, she was off the pace and saw countrywoman Lorian Nolo closing the gap on her, with assured racing in the lighter conditions. Days of relentless action like these prove that the future of the sport is guaranteed to be amazing. Kiteboarding is now on its first Olympic cycle ahead of its induction at the 2024 Paris Olympics, where ambitious riders are sure to shine, with such events expanding the field of participants. The great equipment makes racing performances even better, a huge asset for the sport.
The performance is, because it's very light and it's a quite big sail area of 21-25 square meter to propel just one competitor. So the power to weight ratio is very good, and that makes them with very little effort and on low wind speeds go very fast.
In Cagliari's stop of the World Series, there was a number of competitors that travelled from far-flung countries to enjoy racing at its very best. Appearing at the World Series is Argentinian rider Maria Catalina Torienzo, and at the age of only 15 years old, she seems to be destined for great things in the sport.
I know that it's an important competition and I want to start by something, and it's my first competition, so I want to know how it is and how people race and the environment of competitions. It's far away from my home and it's exciting, and well, it's difficult to come here to Europe because it's far away, but well, I'm trying to keep it easy and have a good time.
The Olympic induction of the sport has made all participants eager for the opportunity to become an Olympian, and the Argentinian teenager didn't hide her ambitions.
I want to go to the Olympics, Paris 2024, and see what happens, like the pathway to get there.
Another young athlete with Olympic aspirations is Jean de Falbert from Mauritius, Africa. He has already represented his country magnificently, winning the African Championship. But the sky is the limit for his goals, and he has his sights set on the Olympics. His participation in Cagliari's stop was a chance to compete against the very best and perfect his technique.
Obviously, Mauritius is an awesome place to kitesurf. We've got beautiful lagoons, steady winds. I mean, for foiling, it's just perfect. Unfortunately, the kitefoiling scene, especially the racing, is pretty small on the island. We're only a few kitefoilers around, so it's hard to get good challenge and good competition. That's why I travel all the way to Europe, Sardinia, places like these where I can come and challenge myself and see where the level is at in Europe and get some good racing and proper training in. Here I am now in Cagliari doing the KiteFoil World Series, and my plan for the next 3 years is to represent Mauritius at the Olympic Games of Paris 2024 and hopefully bring a medal home.
Of the competitors that travelled a long way to Cagliari, the most unique of storylines belongs to Justina Kitchen from New Zealand. She is a mother of 2, but finds time to follow her passion. With a long water sports background, she has managed to find a balance between being a great mother and an ambitious rider eyeing the Olympics.
Came from boats. I started sailing Optimus when I was 11 years old. And yeah, then when I was 15, I learned to sail RSX, and I did an RSX Olympic campaign for 7 years. And then in 2012, when kiting became Olympic for a very short time, I learned to kite, and I came to actually the 2012 Kite World Champs here in Cagliari at that time. Yeah, and then after it wasn't Olympic anymore, I went to university, got married, had a family, did something else for a few years, and then yeah, just for fun, started kite foiling, and then realized that the racing was really similar, and yeah, came back to racing and have been loving it ever since. So I'm doing an Olympic campaign. I think when the children are really young, it's hard, but now my kids are older, they're 4 and 6, and so they're at school. And so I drop them off at school at 8:30, and then I train and pick them up at 3 o'clock. So there's actually a lot of hours in the day for training. And so yeah, while they're at school, that's when I do all my training. And yeah, it actually works out really well. So I'm lucky that I can have the opportunity to do racing and training and still be a mum as well.
Her father, Rex Sellers, won an Olympic gold medal back in 1984, and she dreams of emulating his success. Even if she doesn't make it, there is still a chance to help guide someone else to glory, as she is also a coach for under-18 riders.
I find coaching and racing as well actually really, really good for my own racing. Often you see a mistake that some youth are making, and you talk to them about what they should be doing, but you sometimes make the same mistake as well, so you realize probably faster how everything works. And also I started coaching the youth maybe 2 years ago, the youth men, when they were 15 and 16, and now they're 17 and 18, and they're actually starting to get faster than me and overtake me in racing. So now we have really, really good battles because I have to be smarter and they are faster. So it's actually the best thing for my own racing, because you teach someone all your tricks and then they use them against you. But no, it's been really, really good coaching and racing.
So now let's get back to the action. On the penultimate of 4 days of spectacular racing on the strikingly beautiful Gulf of Angels, Conor Bainbridge's performances throughout the day's 4 races was enough to move him up to 2nd place overall. Still, despite the turmoil on the leaderboard below him, Axel Mazzella was an island of calm precision, as he retained and extended his overall lead with 2 bullets and 2 seconds, hunting down the top spot and a share of the €25,000 prize pot.
So we started off with some lighter breeze. The sea breeze came through around 3 o'clock, and we started off on 21-meter kites, and actually it picked up more than we expected, and by race 3 we were running 15 meters, which I don't think anyone was really expecting. I think everyone was expecting a kind of a 21-meter kind of bit of a pumpy day. And then yeah, last race, the sea breeze started to disappear as the clouds came over, and we were left with some seriously light, tricky conditions, with almost no wind at the windward mark. Unfortunately, my last race didn't quite go as planned and almost went swimming, but yeah, overall it was a good day, some good races done, and I think we were lucky to get 4 races done considering the forecast.
The racing among the women, competing in one fleet with the men, was even more turbulent. With 2 high-placed finishes, Frances Lorianolo moved past countrywoman Poema Newland in the standings. But Nolo and Newland failed to complete the day's last race. After 3 days of strong racing, the anticipation ahead of the final day was high, and the top riders were ready to demonstrate their skills once again, with their eyes on the prize.
Really excited to go on the water today, just to fine-tune and set up a couple stuff I want to try, and let's see how it goes.
The final day proved that Axel Mazzella had already carved out an insurmountable lead with his clinical performances. He had fought off testing challenges from the rest of the competition and beaten his rivals, earning a share of the €25,000 prize and cementing his overall lead in the Tour, following his triumph at the second act last month in Tronsey, Austria.
This is the end of the third stop here in Cagliari of the KiteFoil World Series. It was really tough competition. We got super nice wind every day, and I'm super happy about this win, and I can be more stoked about my results.
His compatriot de Ramcourt advanced one place in the standings on the final day, climbing to second overall, finishing strongly at the expense of Britain's Bainbridge, who took the third podium spot after dropping one place on the last day.
We had a really good week. We had 4 days of wind, sunshine and good weather. This regatta was really completed. We raced from 9 meters all the way up to the 21, so we had to face all the kind of conditions we could ever face, and I'm really happy about being here, what I did on the water, and it was great.
Obviously, each event counts to an overall ranking, and that's kind of the big one that we're looking for. Still got 2 more events to go, so there's still quite a lot to play for, and I think there's 4 or 5 in the mix for the top 3. So, yeah, I think I'm probably 4th at the moment, something around that. But I think the points are so close that it's anyone's game still.
With the women racing in one fleet with the men and competing for an equal share of the World Series Cagliari prize pot, the battles between the leaders were intense. The dominance of the French team was never in doubt, as they took all 3 podium steps. Lorian Nolo eventually got the better of her countrywoman and recently crowned Formula Kite European champion Poema Newland, with Jessie Campman making up the trio.
I feel super good. Like, to be first is always really good, I think, and I feel really ready for the World Championship. And yeah, it's just so nice to finish first.
There was also reason for the locals to feel even more proud, as 16-year-old Riccardo Pianosi finished 6th overall and first amongst the under-19 participants, showing that his future is bright.
I'm really happy for my results, 6th overall and first under 19, and now the race with the other guys is really difficult, hard level, and now I'm ready, stay focused for next week in the World Champion. It's a really good competition, and the other guys is really strong, and Axel is a machine. And the other guys too is Connor or Dennis. Too much fast, and I'm really happy for racing with us, and I'm ready for the World Champion next week.
The third act of the KiteFoil World Series left everyone with great memories, both from Cagliari and from the level of competition on show. It was the perfect way for athletes to conclude their preparation ahead of the IKA Formula Kite World Championship, whilst also setting the bar even higher ahead of the 2 remaining stops of the World Series in Spain, which will determine the overall winner. to Italy and the magnificent Hang Loose Beach. Hang Loose Beach is a seaside sports park fully integrated within the surrounding environment, rich in vegetation and wild beauty. Here are some of the very best athletes from one of the most exciting, fast, extreme and stylish sports, kiteboarding. For some, kiteboarding is just a hobby. For others, it's a performance piece. To some, it's freedom. But for many, it's life. Located in Calabria in southern Italy, the contrast of the town's colours with the blue of the sea makes for a beautiful venue. Almost always calm during the summer, the sea offers visitors the opportunity to swim and have fun without any concern. And for those in the reserved area upwind, there are great sailing activities. Hang Loose Beach is a top destination for water sport enthusiasts, and as it's usually the season opener for the KiteFoil World Series, it's a must on the calendar of every professional kiteboarder. Due to its world-class sailing conditions, Hang Loose is considered the crossroads for renowned sailors. Kiteboarding will become an Olympic discipline at the Paris 2024 Games, and the International Kiteboarding Association, IKA, took the chance to present the new Olympic format at this event. The format for racing is designed to cater to the media's desire that the competitor who crosses the finish line in first place of the final race wins the overall event, whilst at the same time ensuring that the racing stays fair and avoids a winner-takes-all scenario, often affected by chance. The teams were eager to get started and battle it out on the water. The organisers set the maximum number of entries at 100, a number that was reached way before the deadline and shows how eager everyone was to be kitesurfing again. 100 athletes from 26 nations will hit the water tomorrow for the first race, scheduled at 12 a.m. The racing started with the yellow fleet, while the blue fleet had to face a delay due to a temporary drop in wind. A short postponement ashore was followed by 6 more races, with the wind blowing up to 14 knots and only dropping drastically for a thrilling final race for the Blue Fleet, in which the sailors had to pump hard to stay on the foils until the finish line.
We are coming since 10 years here in Hang Loose Beach in Canaria for an international kite event. It's awesome. July is a great condition, sunny condition, perfect sea breeze, great space, nice beach, nice people. What you want more? What you want to expect? And all the riders, they are keep asking year after year when we're gonna be back in Hang Loose Beach. So this is why we still committed as IKA and KiteFoil World Series to be here as much as we can.
The fights on the water were intense during the first 2 days of the series, and the leaderboard was shuffled race by race. At the end of the first day, defending European champions Connor Bainbridge and Ellie Aldridge took first place, whilst Florian Gruber and Leonie Meyer sailed consistently, and with 3 third places in the last 3 races, won the precious second spot.
Really happy to have everyone here in Canaria again for the first stop of the KiteFoil World Series on 2021. After a long stop, finally we get a stronger fleet, 100 athletes from a lot of country, from all over the world. They're regrouping here in Canaria, and tomorrow it's gonna start the big fight.
During the second and third days, the qualification series was set, so the fleet split into gold and silver. First on the leaderboard was Denis Taradin from Russia, with Axel Mazella and Tony Vodisek second and third respectively. Despite a valiant effort from Florian Gruber and Leonie Meyer, who were trailing close behind, they didn't do quite enough to climb up the leaderboard.
It's great. I'm so excited to be back. It's so nice after not really competing last year, so it's super good to be back and at one of my favorite venues too.
The 50 sailors of the Gold Fleet were the first to start racing, and they were faster than ever off the line. The fastest of the day was Axel Mazella from France, with 2 bullets, 2 seconds, and a discarded 5th. He is second in the provisional overall ranking, behind Denis Taradin, who started with a bullet and after 2 fourths and a retired due to a crash, topped the day with another win, confirming his lead in the overall standings. It was the final day of the event, and it couldn't have been more exciting. Axel Mazella from France, traditionally one of the most consistent riders in the field and winner of the last edition of the KiteFoil World Series, was trailing behind Denis Taradin by only 2 points with 3 more races to go, and everyone was excited to see how it would play out in the final races. In the end, Denis Taradin and Daniela Moroj were crowned the winners of the KiteFoil World Series in Gitzeria, the first of 5 events of the 2021 season. They had both been leading since the early stages of the event, with Denis fighting till the very last race, with Axel Mazella only 1 point behind him in the final ranking and the winner of today's second race.
So today was a very tough day. We had 3 races, 2 on a light wind, and the third one on kind of moderate wind on the 15th. My main priority was to fight with Axel. He's a very consistent rider, and we're neck and neck every single race. And at the end of the day, I managed to win the last race, and the last race was for all the marbles. Huge respect to Axel, to every single rider, to Tony, to Connor, to Maxime, everyone who's racing. The level is amazing, and I'm grateful to be able to win in such a big and powerful fleet.
Celebrations followed, with the teams congratulating one another and promising to meet again here in Gitzeria. The event was brought to a close by a beautiful ceremony, where the winners received their medals to warm applause from the competitors. It was a perfectly organised event in a wonderful location with great battles between the competitors, and with the emotions and adrenaline running high. The event left so many good memories. We'll be back here in Gitzeria soon, but until then, thanks for watching.
Yep.
So we got just over 4 minutes to the start of the fourth race this afternoon. The riders have been ashore for just less than an hour. They've had a sandwich. They've shared a few war stories. There's a bit of trepidation on the beach, a sense of whether some people feel that they're up to it or whether they should call it a day. As one of the riders said to us just now, Mirko, Valentin Bontas from Austria, this is right on the edge.
Yes, it's right on the edge, mainly because as far as they're getting a little bit tired, they just get, they get in trouble, stay on the water. So this is why they struggle a little bit. And we see also Valentin crashing, and we saw his board also a little bit cracked on the front side of the board. So these kind of conditions are a little bit close to marginal.
22 knots gusting to 26 is what we have from the principal race officer, Mikhail Jodorowsky, out there in the little race committee boat, which you can see in the middle of the picture with the kites all gathering around. This is the final day of KiteFoil World Series Gran Canaria. It's the fifth and final event of KiteFoil World Series 2021. So this is the absolute climax of an incredible season of kitefoiling, where the standard just keeps on going higher and higher, especially now that kitefoiling has been announced as one of the latest disciplines for the Olympic Games for Paris 2024. And the French are guaranteed to have riders in the male and female divisions. That's one of the privileges of being the host nation. Even if they didn't have a place, Mirko, there would be no doubt that the French would be representing, that they would have qualified for the games, because they are the standout country right now, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly, exactly, Andy. I guess is like a bonus for all the other country to have a place, one more place, not in front of it,
right?
Because it's one ticket more at the end of the day, because France is already have their spot. But again, if we wouldn't have been in Paris, in Marseille 2024, no doubt that one female from the France squad and one male from the France squad will be there for sure.
Yeah, and at the moment, based on the performances that we see here, it would be Axel Mazella and Poema Newland, but there are so many other French who are world class. There's Theo de Ramacourt, who's the reigning world champion, injured. If you joined us for Fuerteventura last week, Theo was good enough to fly down and join me for the commentary there. So we can't keep him away even when he can't go racing. But there's Lauriane Nolot, who's second in the women's division here, also from France. Even if one can't make it, another French will pop up. They're all so world class, and they train together really closely as well. 50 seconds to go, and in the three races earlier, we saw Martin Dolenc from Croatia. He really dominated those starts, didn't he, Mirko?
Yes, he dominated the start all the way forward for crossing the starting line, going for maximum speed and VMG all the way on the left side of the course. Then he got lost somehow on leg number 2, on the downwind legs, but again he always nail the right timing on the starting line. Let's see now, just a few seconds away. Again, all the fleet here, all close by, closer to the race committee, I must say. And then we are Florian Gruber, that he also preferred to stay on the higher part of the starting line, just for the current, higher current that they have, so not to lose space on all the way to the left.
Current is also a consideration. It's hard to imagine, isn't it? Conor Bainbridge is the second left of the competitors, and then on the far left with the orange kite, the orange ozone. Who do you reckon that is, Mirko? Could it be the Antiguan sailor Tiger Tyson, for example?
No, I think is the Russian Federation young guy Mikhail Novikov, which is also running with the orange ozone kite, which he performed quite well on the previous race, always in front of Tiger as well.
Right. So and then also on the left with the black ozone, it's Denis Taradin, proven to be really quick in the previous race, and it just made an error at the top of the course, having to do two extra tacks, and so that cost Denis Taradin a first place in that race. Mazzella again winning that race, winning all 3 races in the early session today, but Denis Taradin looking really fast and very determined right now on the left of our picture. This is the battle, Denis v Connor. We've got the black ozone on the left. In the middle, we've got the Connor Bainbridge, and then on the right we've got the orange kite of Mikhail Novikov. But we hear that he was over the line early, so he is disqualified for breaking the U flag that was flying, for being over too early. So he won't know that until he finishes the race. But unfortunately, Novikov, who's having a fantastic race and just goes through a really good tack there, is going to be disqualified from this race.
Yes, exactly. So we got the number 22 and UFD, which is Mikhail Novikov. So it might be why he's already located so in front. He tried to boost his start, but maybe just a second too early.
Oh, it's gutting, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's such an effort even to get out there. Just being down on the beach with sand being blown everywhere, it gave us a real sense of just how protected we are up here on the balcony, the 8th floor of the Hotel Don Gregory here in Playa de las Burras, the Donkey Beach. We're very protected here. We're in the sunshine, but the sand is just blasting everywhere on the beach, and it is really wild out there, which is why we've got a bit of a depleted fleet. We haven't got everybody going out for this final session, so I really feel for Mikhail Novikov being disqualified for just breaking the start line a little bit too early. And Mirko, you called that. You thought the fleet was a little bit closer than normal on that start.
Yeah, exactly. They were closer, and they maybe, just when you are closer, you try not to get yourself on the second line, otherwise it's gonna be over. You just maybe push a little bit forward to stay in front, and it's a second is like almost 15 meter. It's enough to be recognized by the race official on the race committee boat, and then unluckily they got your number.
Yeah, not much we can do about that. Going around the top mark for the first time, we've got one of the black ozones. Let's see if we can identify. That could well be
Axel.
We think it's
Denis. We don't see the camera on the top, but it might be by the distance.
I think it's Denis Taradin who went round first.
Yeah, because it's really, you see his position. We can recognize him by the position. It's not going that deep like Axel and Connor.
No, so already it looks like, even though first blood went to Denis Taradin on the upwind, he's not holding on.
But he decided to jibe earlier, and he went straight between Axel and Connor when he just jibed.
Brave move by Denis Taradin. Now that's Connor Bainbridge jibing, and Axel Mazzella also jibing. Axel Mazzella with the black kite, and we've seen how fast Mazzella is down these runs. Will he be able to get down on the inside track of Connor Bainbridge? At the moment, Bainbridge is holding the deeper line, but this is where Mazzella has the opportunity to attack with that deeper, more powerful ozone kite.
Yeah, I think it's the first time that Denis is leading and Connor in second and Axel in third.
So we have seen Axel Mazzella lead round the bottom mark in all but one of the races. In the previous race, Denis Taradin was leading, and now he's leading again.
And he's jibing. He crashed! No way, he crashed. He went for an early jibe, and he crashed. He recovered quite quick, but you see, just in 2 seconds, how Connor, it just get in front just by a crash without losing the board. He just recovered his straight head, but
we just don't see Axel Mazzella make those kind of mistakes. Dennis Taradin, the kite goes up in the air again, manages to just maintain control there as they get down to the bottom gate. Taradin chasing Conor Bainbridge hard at the rounding. Bainbridge, the British sailor, just leading his arch rival Dennis Taradin, with Axel Mazzella breathing down their necks. And this should play to the advantage of Bainbridge. Bainbridge generally is probably the faster rider upwind, so should be able to defend his lead. But Mazzella seems to be able to find a little bit of a higher line there. So Mazzella managing to climb up the inside of the line, certainly of Dennis Taradin and maybe even of Conor Bainbridge.
yeah, I'm looking really on the front, and you can see Conor, as you said, is keeping an higher line, and Dennis is just going for a maximum speed, little bit wider angle against the wind. Let's see when they're gonna tack. It's not gonna take too long for having them to tack on all the way on port.
You can see how much bigger Conor Bainbridge's kite is.
Yeah, I mean, he's one is the 9, the other one is the 11. So 2 square meter, but it's the angle of viewing the kite. It seems to be way smaller, the black.
It does. I mean, it looks smaller, but Dennis Taradin is the closer of the two riders as well, so his kite should look bigger. So to me, it shows just how much bigger Bainbridge's kite is that kite flies up in the air and Bainbridge the first to tack. How much longer before Taradin tacks? There he goes. And just in the distance you could see the windward mark, which they're going to be going around for the final time in race 9 in just a minute's time or so. Flying around the track at what kind of speed are they going upwind right now, would you say, Mirko?
Yeah, over 20 100%. They are on 22, 23, 20, 22, 23. It can be faster if the water would have been flat. Due to the waves, you can't really go at maximum speed upwind as well. Also if there is over 20 knots, but limiting.
So this is the fly surfer of Martin Dolent here. Yeah. He's not doing quite enough to get into the top 3 to get onto the podium, I don't think.
Florian Gruber just tack also in port, and the orange kite, which it might be Mikael, unfortunately still on course but flagged out UFD. So
yeah, the first UFD, the first over the line disqualification that we've had today, and that's gone to Mikhail Novikov from Russian Federation. So getting towards the top end of the course for the final time in race 9. Conor Bainbridge, Dennis Taradin and Axel Mazzella. Oh, bit of a splash there. Who was that from, do you think?
It was a black ozone. That's no matter.
So it could have been Dennis Taradin.
Is the one, the leeward one, so it might be Axel, because Dennis wasn't in the front. If it's Dennis, he just lose his position again. But no, that's Dennis for sure, because look on the position that he has, always folded the way front. It's just want to chase Conor.
So this is the Dennis Conor battle we see right here, pretty much neck and neck.
That's the challenge of the day, to stay in front by Dennis.
Conor is doing enough to keep the charge of the Russian Federation rider at bay, and Axel Mazzella, he's got a lot to do if he's going to maintain his perfect score of wins today. He's in 3rd place. Will he be able to capitalise on the match race going on in front of him between Dennis Taradin and Conor Bainbridge? And then in 4th place, in the middle of our picture, that's Martin Dolent of Croatia. But we're back with the front 3. That's Conor Bainbridge on the right. That's Axel Mazzella in the middle. And on the left is Dennis Taradin, just riding over the top of a big wave. Bainbridge the first to jibe.
So it means he was trying to get it deeper as possible, just to stay in front at the bottom gate. we have to remember that this is going to be the last bottom gate turns, and then all the way slingshot, as you said, to crossing the finish line. It might be a bullet for Connor, who knows.
Well, look at the charge of Dennis Taradin. He really looks like he's taking the fight to Connor Bainbridge right now.
Ooh.
Could be that Taradin is going to get the inside line. We'll have to see how things shape up at the bottom mark, but Taradin seems to have the legs on Bainbridge at the moment, and this could be a really important turnaround of points. A second and a first going to a first and a second between these two who are battling for second overall in this event and second overall in the series.
Yes, it's going to be super important, the next jibe, last jibe of the course, and then all the way to the finish line. I'm really curious to see. Nothing has to change. You know that it's going to be really important. He make it, he jibe it, Connor a little bit inside, last leg all the way.
And Taradin, what an amazing overtake that he made in the last 30 seconds to get ahead of Bainbridge. Now he's got to hold on because nothing is certain on these boards, especially on the high-speed slingshot finish in towards the beach finish line. This is a really, really risky part of the race course, and we've seen people crash just meters before the finish, so you can't take anything for granted. But right now, Dennis Taradin is going to cross the finish line in first place, punches the air, and the Russian Federation super happy to have overtaken his arch rival Connor Bainbridge, who finishes second, and Axel Mazzella for the first time today doesn't win a race, but he does finish third.
Yes, exactly, and this bullet for Dennis is really important to cover his shoulder from Martin Dolenc, which is, he was fourth but not far away in terms of points, so for him, you know, is a double value. He's charging Connor in one way, on the other is covering his shoulder from Martin Dolenc. So possible attacking his third place of the event.
So very important win for Taradin. Dolenc across the line in fourth place. Don't know if we can make out the next two after that, but I did notice, I thought that the yellow kite of Marcus Edegran was a lot further back than we've been used to seeing, so I think the USA sailor has not had such a good one. And across the line, maybe for his best finish across the finish line, is Mikhail Novikov, well up inside the top 10, maybe crossing 6th or 7th, but we have heard that he's UFD disqualified from the start. That's the finish line from the drone perspective. And you can see how rough it is out there. The mark layers have had a really tough time just setting a course out there, let alone riding these ridiculously fast kite foiling boards. Just anybody out there on a rib is having a really tough time of it in these conditions.
Yeah, exactly. We have been saying few times that the conditions are marginal, not really by the wind strength, but mainly for the rough sea, which would make everything's worst being on the course.
While the rest of the fleet is finishing, we will just cut to a quick advert and come back to you soon. So we just heard that the time to start, well, the rolling start sequence has been cut from 30 minutes to 25 minutes. The reason being that they're finishing these races so quickly, and the waiting time in between each race is sometimes just as challenging as the race itself.
By 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes to next start.
So that's important news for those that have come ashore. You can see Dennis Taradin being spoken to by somebody on the beach. You can always pick out Dennis Taradin because he's got the pointy helmet. He's got the GoPro on top of his helmet. And Dennis, delighted to have actually won that race after that amazing overtaking move on the downwind leg, getting ahead of Conor Bainbridge, and briefly taking a rest on the shore, but it's time to get back out through that shore break already. So he was probably only ashore for 2 or 3 minutes, if that. And the Russian Federation sailor wondering if he can win another race. He's led the last two. He gave away the win on one of them, but he's actually showing really good mastery of these conditions, Mirko.
Yes, exactly, and we have been saying quite a lot of time, all the training period in Tarifa, for sure it will pay off, and it's been proved now that it pay off. He's used to run on rough sea with their 9 kite and full speed. It keep him comfortable in that condition, and I mean, he did it quite few mistake, and we have been asking also him what happened on race number 3 of the day when he was also leading, and he just underestimate the lane line on the right side. He missed the mark. He did twice. He had to do twice attack and attack again to get the mark. He had some trouble crossing Conor straight forward, really close to him, so he struggled a bit to get in his board and for the last leg. So it was a little bit annoying about that move, but I mean, mistake might happen on those conditions, but again, Dennis is really no one expected at the beginning of the year, but we saw him from the first KiteFoil World Series in Canaria being one of the leading, one of the best leading the KiteFoil World Series on 2021.
If these conditions were to continue, you just get the sense that Dennis is getting stronger and stronger. He's finding his feet and is really not intimidated by these conditions. Axel Mazzella still not very far behind, but we weren't able to see Mazzella get his way through to the front, and so Mazzella not looking as dominant as he has done, but still doing easily enough to win this event overall.
Yeah, for sure in his head, you know, that he doesn't need to push more than he need to just cross the finish line on the top. He doesn't really need to win 100%. So he plays safe, I must say, on the last race. Stay out of trouble, not making mistake, and I mean, he ended up on 3rd. It was not so far away. I think he had a nice view to see the battle between the Dennis and Conor in front of him.
I really thought that one of those guys was going to slip and Mazzella would at least get through to 2nd, but they held their nerve and they were very solid on the board. How much do you think that Conor Bainbridge was backing off? Was he not fully pushing and Dennis Taradin was pushing in a different way, or is it just a different setup?
I guess that Conor, you know that Dennis is faster on this condition, so he tried just to stay as close as possible. For him, point-wise, being just straight behind him isn't making sure that the result will not change, because he has enough margin to end up at the end of the day with another 3 race. Also, if he stay one place behind him, he will ensure to be 2nd. So he's keep the calculation in his mind. He doesn't need to push. If it's gonna be worse than that and crashing and maybe lose 3 or 4 position, is even worse. So it's better to play safe, let him go, and finish straight behind.
And yet it was Conor Bainbridge who had the bigger kite. I thought that would have given him the edge over Taradin on the 9-meter kite downwind. I'll ask you a little bit more about that in a moment, but first a quick advert. Chubanga foils, they seem to be doing well at this event. At the previous event in Fuerteventura, also in really tough, strong conditions, we saw the 15-year-old Max Mader using Fly Surfer Kite and the Levitas foil to really dominate there. Well, dominate's maybe too strong a word, but he did beat Axel Mazzella. Mazzella is one of a number using Chubanga. What kind of difference is there between those two foil sets?
I think there is not a lot of difference in terms of performance, because they raise really a great level of manufacturing. The foil are great foil, has been a really lot of improving and how to set up all the foil by all the rider. So again, as we said on the past, knowing your equipment is gonna be perfect and way better than just make the choice and having one or the other. They're just working a little bit different. The Levitas, we know he has a little setup screw where you can adjust a little bit the angle of your rear wing. Chubanga is more different, a little bit different in terms of profile setting, but easier to keep it, so really easy for keeping under control. And what we see is when the rider make the choice, go and train with him as much as they can, just to be comfortable on that. So do you see 90% of the fleet are split between Levitas and Chubanga foil. A few other they have some difference, but most of them are on those two.
One of those two. Let's just update you on the results and let's see how things are shaping up. So Axel Mazzella still on a very clear lead, 7 points. Connor Bainbridge on 15. Dennis Taradin closing the gap with that race win just now, so keeping his hopes alive for being able to beat Bainbridge into second place. Dolence slipping back a little bit in his fight for the podium, but still a very worthy fourth place for Dolence, fourth in that race just now as well. Dorzaka, very consistent, sixth in that race, 35 points. And Marcus Edegren, better than I thought. So I didn't recognise the yellow kite being up there. But anyway, fifth place for him. And then, unfortunately for Mikhail Novikov, UFD disqualified in that race, but still holding seventh overall. So really respectable result for the under-17 sailor. How much do we know about Mikhail Novikov, Mirko?
Not a lot. He just started to do all the races this year. Is getting more and more because he want to be able to represent the Russian Federation at the next Youth Worlds in Oman. So for sure, for him, it's going to be a great improvement on the last two events here in Canary Island, Fuerteventura first and Gran Canaria now. So we will see him on the top.
Okay, we've got 30 seconds to start. Very, very quick look at the women's results. If we can just look at that for 5 seconds. Poema Newland didn't compete in that one, just doing enough at the moment still to hold on. Lorianne Nolot 12th and Valeria Garashenko the best of the female fleet with 11th in that race. Right, we've got 10 seconds to the start of race 10. They're just lining up, just trying to get their time on distance right. No one wants to get that UFD disqualification. How is it going to be this time? Looks like that could be a clear start, but we will get back to you and confirm that when we know for sure. And that's a nice start for the orange ozone kite on the left of our picture, Mirko. Who are you going to put your money on for that?
Hopefully it's not going to be again Mikhail Novikov over early. Hope not. I guess it's Tiger Tyson because the color of the board is quite shiny. So we know he has like a yellow and red in his hydro foil board.
And we see the usual suspects on the left of our picture: Connor Bainbridge, Dennis Taradin, and Axel Mazzella. They're all in the front rank, and then the yellow kite of Marcus Edegren is right in there as well.
Yes, we can see Marcus a little bit lower compared to the other, but in the front he will get some better. Look at the fly surfer just went into the water. He recovered it himself. I guess it was Martin Dolench.
And then
Dennis.
That's Dennis, middle right of picture with the black ozone, and on the left it's Axel Mazzella
And then Dor.
And then Dor
Dor
Zarka.
Zarka.
Okay, so Dor Zarka is furthest left. Axel Mazzella second left. Then we have Dennis Taradin, Marcus Edegran, Conor Bainbridge, and we think. Did you think it was the Antiguan rider Tiger
but
Tyson?
it was the way up. I don't see if he's still in because it's too close by, and I saw one of the orange attacking, so it can be or Mikhail or Tiger.
Okay, so one of those two. We don't know. Mikhail or Tiger is
And then
the orange.
Poema pretty well. The positioning of Poema, which is the other F1 grey kite.
Right in the middle of picture, just going into attack. We believe that is Poema Newland. So
yeah.
Poema Newland, we wonder if she was actually going to be competing this afternoon. She felt the conditions were on the edge for her, and she didn't complete the previous race. But it looks like Poema Newland is back out there again.
Yeah, this is the race before.
The second last race.
The second last race, yeah.
So
okay,
pretty
now
much
all the fleet is on port. Try tweeting the ley line on the right side of the course. Oh, look.
A bit of a splash there for Dor Zarka, but he holds on, and Dor Zarka having one of his strongest races so far. In the middle of our picture, and now on somewhere on the middle left of your screen.
Little bit better. Fuck no.
So just coming up to the top mark for the first time.
It's not helping.
Black kite tacks first onto starboard, then another black ozone. As we get in closer to the top, that looks like it could be Axel Mazzella in the lead.
Yeah, position looks way more Axel, and then Dennis straight behind.
So Mazzella back where he expects to be. Didn't manage to get to the front in the previous race, but our event leader is now back in the box seat, leading and going deep and fast down this first run, with Dennis Taradin close behind. So these have been perhaps the top two performers of the day so far. Conor Bainbridge also in the hunt.
Yeah, and then we saw just behind Conor Dor, and then the yellow ozone by Marcus Edegran. Then we have the two orange ozone, and just between the two of them, the other F1, grey F1, which is Poema. So Poema, she's positioning herself in a really great place on race number 10.
So Poema fighting in amongst the top men in this race right now. Okay. And on the right hand side, Dennis Taradin has completed his jibe. That's Conor Bainbridge with that leaning back stance on the left hand side with his grey F1 kite. So the Dennis Conor match race is on yet again. And out in front on the right hand side, it's Axel Mazzella leading this race.
Yeah, he just take the advantage to be the first one turning the mark. He play with another a quick jibe all the way to the left, so we will see him jibe again, and he will go for the left side of the course.
And Conor Bainbridge has a very different stance to everybody else. He's much more leaning back over the back of the board compared with anybody else, and it looks like the attitude of his board sits a little bit more nose up than everybody else. So quite a different setup by the look of it. Now we come back down to the bottom, and we've got a split between the first two.
Yeah, they were almost close. So he did jibe twice, Axel, go to the right side together with Connor, and then Dennis on the other side, on the left side of the course.
So, bit of
Marcus
a splash there
by
Marcus Edegran. How quickly will he be able to get up and running? He's already lost one place.
Yeah, depends if he lost his board or not. Okay, no, he recovered, so he kept his board on his feet.
So good recovery by Marcus Edegran. Bad crash, but only
And
lost in
Poema.
one place. Poema Newland following Marcus Edegran out to the left-hand side. So the leading women's sailor here in Gran Canaria, back on her feet, back on the race course, and well inside the top 10. So she's got the bit between her teeth, and she's going to be hard to beat by Lauriane Nolot or any of the other female riders here.
Yes, exactly. I don't see Lauriane so far behind, but we saw Valeria, the other Russian Federation girl.
Poema
Poema.
Newland in the
Yep.
middle of picture right now, using an F1 kite similar to Conor Bainbridge. So going away from the trend of using the Ozone and the Fly Surfer, which tend to be the two dominant brands, Poema Newland making the F1 go really quickly in these really difficult conditions.
She has a really great position so far, so she's getting confident being out on this rough condition.
She looks like she's pushing it hard. Now we have the battle of the black ozones up at the front of the race course. We've got Axel Mazzella, Dennis Taradin, who split out different sides of the course at the leeward gate. We've got Dorzaka up there, and on the left-hand side, the grey kite just tacking of Conor Bainbridge, chasing in 4th place at the moment. Marcus Edegran, good recovery by him, and 2 Flymaxes in view as well. Do you remind me who the Flymaxes are sailed by? It's Carrie Eisenhut sails a Flymax, but I don't know if that's who we're looking at. Lauriane Nolot also uses a Flymax, so she might be up there.
Yeah, I was trying to spotting the other Flymax. I couldn't, but for sure she's there because we saw her getting out from the beach.
The 2 orange ozone kites racing around the back end of the top 10. That is Mikhail Novikov, the under-17 racer from Russian Yachting Federation, and Tiger Tyson from Antigua, also with the orange ozone.
Yes, we don't know the color of the other Russian, Nikita Koloff, which also he has an ozone.
Axel Mazzella leading around the top mark for the final time. So it's advantage Mazzella over Dennis Taradin. If you remember, they were pretty much neck and neck around the bottom gate. There goes Taradin round in second.
He gained a little bit, Dennis.
It's possible. I mean, and Dennis has been looking quick on the downwind legs as well. So this time it's Taradin putting Mazzella under pressure.
And then impressive, Dor just turned Mark 1 on 4th position, straight behind the Conor Bainbridge.
So Conor has made up a place. He has overtaken Dorzaka on that leg. So Conor Bainbridge, importantly for him, up into 3rd place. So still within a point of Dennis Taradin, who is his big rival for 2nd overall in this event and in the series for 2021. Axel Mazzella successfully threw his jibe with that forward-leaning stance, much more forward-leaning than when we look at Conor Bainbridge, for example. So much more of his weight on his front leg, using this ozone kite and Chubanga foil setup. Looking very steady at the moment. We don't see many mistakes from Mazzella.
It's just a jibe away from the last leg. It seems to be comfortable. He's not pushing 100%, but he tries to go safely following the waves and all the way down to the bottom gate. He can see, I mean, we can see Dennis quite far away. In terms of second, maybe 3 or 4.
Yes,
which is not that much.
It's not that much. I mean, because it's probably almost 100 meters gap, isn't it? And you think that they're covering 100 meters in
3 seconds.
Yeah.
4 seconds. Yeah. Okay.
Mazzella successfully through the gate. Can he hold on? Can he keep that ozone kite under control on this powerful final reaching leg to the finish? And will this be yet another win for Axel Mazzella, who is dominating the competition here in Gran Canaria? And what a beautiful shot of the Frenchman as he closes in on the finish line of race 10. And that is race 10. Victory secure for Axel Mazzella. Just changes his footing, and another race successfully won. And now the race across the finish line for second. Dennis Taradin holding on for second place, having a very consistent day. And Conor Bainbridge in third. So Taradin closing down the points. I think it was a 3-point gap going into that race. Now it's going to be a 2-point gap with one race remaining. So that still puts the pressure on Taradin. He's still got to perform. He's probably going to have to win the final race and hope that he can get Mazzella between himself and Conor Bainbridge. Across the line in fourth place, Dor Zarka. And then could that be Poema Newland in fifth place?
If it's another ozone, if it's another F1 for sure, but we
hard to tell.
We can't see, hard to tell now from this angle, but we will know. I think it's fly surfer this one.
Marcus Edegren, the yellow kite, in between those other two, and there was an orange kite up there that we can only narrow down to either being Mikhail Novikov or Tiger Tyson. Tiger had a series of 9s earlier today, you were telling me, Mirko. He had 3 9s.
Exactly. 3-9, yeah. Okay, having the other two, I guess that might be Poema, which also end up on the top 10 together with the men.
So that is Poema Newland coming across the finish line there. So probably around 10th place. But as long as she finishes these races, then she's probably done enough. And we'll have to do the calculation on that. But I'm thinking she was probably top women finisher in that race. So Poema Newland must be very close to having secured the top of the podium here in Gran Canaria. Okay. Okay, some of the middle to back of the fleet just coming across the finish line in race 10. Mirko, earlier in the race, I commented on Conor Bainbridge, how he leans back and the front of his board seems to be sort of facing up towards the sky a little bit more than other people's. And Axel Mazzella, he's one of the forward leaners. So how can you have such different stances downwind and make both of them work?
Yeah, first of all, it really depends on how you set up your foil under your feet. Some of the riders, they prefer to have more pressure under the front feet. Some other, they prefer to have it equal pressure under their feet. So example, Conor has because he's a tall guy and he has a long leg, is keeping more pressure on the back foot. This is why you can see always him line up all the way to the back to keep as much pressure as he can just straight on the mast of the foil, and keep control with the front. This is why you can see his board a little bit nose up compared to the other, and but Mazzella, which is more symmetrical position, is try to keep wider stance, knee open, and both of the feet with the same pressure. Just play balance between the feet on the neutral, with the neutral angle. So it's just the way how you set up your board, and according to that you have to remember that you have to change, because you can see when they turn the top mark or rounding the bottom, they set up the fine-tuning the center line. So when they go all the way to the upwind mark, before to start the downwind, they just release, so they make it longer the front line. The kite, it goes in a different angle to the wind, and so the kite is able to fly more inside of the wind windows, which it help you to get more deep as a angle with the wind. And then when you turn the bottom gate, then you reset the kite with your center line to make the right angle to be able to go in the upwind. So it's a kind of tuning during the race, depends on the angle and where you want the bar. If you see Dennis, he has the bar always close to his body, always. So it means he really want to work a lot of his abdominal things. He's really pushing. And on the other end, Connor or Axel, they are having different setup with the bar a little bit farther away from their body. It's just because you can adjust the difference between the length on the side line compared to the center line. So you just figure out where you want your pressure inside of the bar.
Okay.
Is everything mixed together.
Yeah, well, it sounds like Dennis Taradin with his bar setup would be using more energy, which on a long day like today maybe doesn't help you so much. You want to be preserving energy, but at the same time you can't fault how he's going. I mean, he's getting a series of firsts and seconds in these races. I'm really intrigued by this Dennis Connor battle that we've been talking about, and I think it's worth looking at that video again of these two facing off against each other. So let's run the Dennis Connor video again as we go into this final showdown. One race to go.
DR5, built to win.
Meet the R1 V4, our highest performance Olympic and IKA registered racing machine.
I can't see. Okay, we are back. Here just 5 minutes and 15 seconds to the next start, which is gonna be the last race of the day. We can see the wind condition still the same. Unfortunately, it's not drop the wind, and the sea still pretty rough here out there on Gran Canaria for the final race of the last event of the KiteFoil World Series 2021.
So the adrenaline is running so hard in these riders, they won't realize how tired they are until they get back ashore. And I was going to say they're going to sleep well tonight, but they're probably actually going to party hard tonight, aren't they, Marco?
Yeah, honestly with you, I don't still know the program from the local organizer tonight after the prize giving, but for sure something will happen and they will enjoy all the riders all together, like typical on the last day. They deserve it.
that was certainly how things went with Fuerteventura. I thought they were all going to take an early night, but no, they went for a big party.
Yeah.
Whoa, what's going on there?
I mean,
what exactly happened there?
I just jump. It just Florian Gruber. He liked to jump, and
is he doing that for fun?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. It was a photographer. Maybe Jesus called him.
That was impressive.
Yeah,
I think they should get extra points for that.
we can ask to change some rule.
So we got 3 minutes 15 to the start. Let's just do a quick ad break and we'll be back to you in a moment.
DR5, built to win.
Gonna be all right.
Yeah.
2 minutes 33, and this is leading up to the final race of the 2021 season. This is the concluding race of the KiteFoil World Series Gran Canaria. Just over 2 minutes to go, and we haven't got a full fleet out there anymore. It's been tough conditions, but we've got the major contenders for the podium places still out there doing battle. So I don't know if we've got the results in from the previous race yet. It would be nice to we're that still being crunched and the numbers are being put together. I think from my estimation, it's always hard to tell when we've got a number of discards in play. It's just 2 points that the advantage that Connor Bainbridge has over Dennis Taradin, and we've seen how close it is between those two all week actually. I mean, you can barely separate them, and sometimes they get tangled, as we've just seen. So that is the battle that we want to watch between the black ozone kite of Dennis Taradin and the grey F1 kite of Connor Bainbridge. Not forgetting, of course, that the rider leading both of them is Axel Mazzella, who's been absolutely majestic here in Gran Canaria, leading this regatta from start to finish and winning that race just now, and fellow French teammate Poema Newland leading the women's division ahead of another French rider, Lauriane Nolot. 50 seconds to go. Conditions as tough as they have been all day, aren't they? Here we are. Leaderboard, Axel Mazzella 8 points, now 10 points the gap to Connor Bainbridge, just 2 points between him and Dennis Taradin. That's the battle that we want to watch. Martin Dolenc, he's got a fight to get back onto the podium, and Dor Zarka some way back on that one, even though he was fourth in the race just then, with the USA's Marcus Edegren in seventh. We got 20 seconds to the start, so let's go back to the start and see the riders line up for the final time at this competition in Gran Canaria. 8 seconds to go. The kites are still high in the air, still trying to keep their speed low as they get close to that line. Now the kites swing down. Is it going to be a clear start? We'll let you know when we know. And it's a good start for one of the fly surfers. Could that be Martin Dolenc, who's been such a strong starter here so far in this regatta? As ever, the black ozones also doing really well in the early stages.
Yes, now there is in this starting, we have the 3 black ozone, which we know those 3 are together with the F1 Dennis and Dor and Axel. Connor just squeezed between the black ozone kite, and then and then the fly surfer Martin Dolenc on the front, and the other one on the right side is Florian Gruber, just windward to Marcus Edegran. Okay, from this perspective, we can see Dennis Tardin and Axel Mazella straight behind.
Clear start on that race, so everyone who is still in this race is able to go on and continue, and hopefully they'll all get across the finish line. We're down to 19 starters. It's been a war of attrition. Marcus Edegren, as I saw him just at the lunch break, said, "Back we go to war." That was how he was saying it as he headed back out onto the water. We got the two black ozones trading tacks there, and the F1 of Conor Bainbridge in the middle of picture. Now, middle left, that's Conor Bainbridge tacking just now.
Yeah, just in front of Martin Dolenc and Mikay with the orange ozone. Marcus just crossing in front, and the other two fly surfers just following. And again, the grey F1 kite straight behind from Poema Newland.
So in the middle of picture we have Conor Bainbridge with the F1, and to his left one of the black ozones. Well, bit of a collapsed kite there for a moment, but someone got it back. And if you drop your kite in the water, that is not good for the kite, and you can't always relaunch it either, can you?
Depends on the way that it's gonna touch the water. If it just fell into the water and without being folded or having a tips between the bridle, is quite quick to relaunch them. They did a really great job on the last few years, all the manufacturer of the kite, so it's quite quick to relaunch, unless you make a big mess and it start to folding or twisted. Then if it's gonna be twisted, it's quite challenging to relaunch the kite from the water.
Fortunately, we haven't seen too much of that here today.
Because of the wind. The wind is so strong that if you make a mistake, there is always power on the wind to get the line stretched, and there is no way that you can twist it.
So the bigger problem is in really, really light winds, just keeping the kite in the sky. So that's Martin Dolenc just ahead of Conor Bainbridge. So it's been a while since we've seen Martin go around the top mark in first place, but now the young Croatian leads the final race in this event.
In front of Conor.
Just in front of Conor Bainbridge.
And then the two black ozone straight behind, with Dennis and Axel.
So Axel back in fourth place right now. That's not really going to matter in the overall standings, but how much of a gain will Conor Bainbridge be able to make? Someone does an early jibe. I wonder if that was Axel Mazzella.
Might be.
So Martin Dolenc still leading Conor Bainbridge on starboard jibe, with Dennis Taradin further over to the left. Conor Bainbridge jibing, now Martin Dolenc jibing, and that's Bainbridge with his leaning back stance, going fast on port jibe.
Yeah, Bainbridge, you know, he couldn't make any mistake on this last race. You have to keep his second position safe. You need to be in front of Dennis, or at least not behind more than one places.
So has he got ahead of Martin Dolenc here with the fly surfer? It's hard to tell. Looks like Dolenc still holds the advantage.
Yeah, we will know only when they're gonna jibe on the bottom gate. I guess that they're gonna go for the starboard mark on the right side.
And it's a much more crouched stance from Dolenc, with legs bent, much straighter leg stance by Conor Bainbridge on the left hand side, and in from the far side is one of the black ozones. Could it be?
It was the early jibe.
Yeah.
So he paid off the early jibe because he went all the way up and down, all the way starboard Dennis.
So is that Dennis?
Is that Dennis that he did the early jibe all the way up?
Well, that could be a key move.
Yeah.
This could be a key move. So if that is Dennis Taradin, who's gone round in first place, he has just gone past the two leading boards, and that's Axel Mazzella going round in fourth. So there's very little to choose between the front four.
So he did really great move. They confirm it's Dennis on the lead. So it was him that he just did an early jibe and stay on top on the right side of the course and all the way down on to the gate, and he make it. He overtaken everyone.
Well, if things stand as they are right now, these two, Dennis Connor, could be finishing on equal points in this regatta, at which point we as commentators are going to have a headache trying to work out who beat who on the tie break.
I don't know. We need to play some mathematics on this card then.
Yes, number of firsts, number of seconds.
Yeah.
I prefer...
Yeah.
Right.
It can be that with the bullet, because Connor had one bullet, then it's gonna be the second bullet of Dennis. It might be that Dennis will take advance over Connor if it's gonna stay like that.
If it
you
stays
can imagine,
like that.
you can imagine the pressure now. Last race of the day, and then at the last race, the door is open again for you jump at the second spot of the podium.
What an amazing move that will turn out to be if that proves to be the winning move. That early jibe, we don't often see the early jibe, but Dennis Taradin gambling on the early jibe on the first downwind leg, and at the moment it's paying off for him as he tacks and leads the fleet going up the final leg of this final race. Just a momentary loss of control there of the kite. Why did the kite swing up there like that?
No, that's normal. It's normal. He just tried to push. Now it's gonna be on port. It's gonna be really important that don't have to make the same mistake like before when we interview him on the third race of the day, when he just tacking over early and he just missed the top mark. There is no room for this kind of mistake on this race for him.
That will be in his mind.
Connor take before him is just leeward to him on the right side of the screen. Let's see, it's gonna be really difficult.
Dennis Taradin needs Martin Dolence to hold second place and to keep that points gap, or that 2-point gap between Dennis in the lead and Conor Bainbridge currently in third place. So another key player in this whole outcome of who's going to get second in the event and second in the series is down to the young Croatian Martin Dolent, and whether he can hold his second place in this race right now.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see the rounding mark rated for all the way downwind on leg 4 of the final race of the final event of the KiteFoil World Series, and they are all really close by. We can see Dennis ready to tacking now. Let's see, this is the protector mark, is the ley line, he make it, is ready to turn. Martin is in second, but look at Connor straight behind, and Axel as well. Let's see if he's gonna do the same thing and jibe and go to the left side of the to the right side of the course.
Well, that's a good point, considering how much it paid off for him the first time downwind. Why wouldn't somebody try it on the second downwind? And it looks like Axel Mazzella has decided to do that. So
exactly,
this time it's Mazzella who's gambling on the opposite side, and surely Bainbridge needs to be thinking.
Also Bainbridge, it seems, no, still on starboard.
Bainbridge should be thinking about the alternative jibe. Surely he's got to go on the attack.
Yeah, the move of Bainbridge is just to go as much as he can close to the Dennis shoulder. Okay.
Now Bainbridge is tacking, and so is Dennis Taradin. Jibing.
Jibing both of them, jibing. So good jibe. What's happened to Axel?
Has Axel got into the lead? No, not quite.
Yeah,
Dennis Taradin.
Yeah, different.
A different blocker.
Yeah, because now it's Axel in the position of Martin.
So now Dennis has to hold on because Axel Mazzella, that early jibe has paid off for him, just as it did with Dennis Taradin on the previous downwind run. And fortunately for Dennis, Axel Mazzella is there as the blocker because Martin Dolenz has dropped back to 4th behind Conor Bainbridge. But now, breathing down his neck is the standout performer, the fastest board downwind. And that's Axel Mazzella looking to overtake. I mean, Mazzella is not going to take any prisoners. If he can win this final race in the best style possible, that's what he will do.
I told you it was a really strange move on that jibe. You can see his body all the way front forward for the jibe. I was thinking if he make it, it would have been amazing, but it was a really hard move and
pressure jibe for Dennis Taradin, and it didn't work out.
And then he lost also his kite. He lost his kite. The move of the jibe and the way that he managed the jibe, it's gonna be the last jibe of the day, last jibe of the last race. You don't really need to go so hard on the jibe. He just put his body all the way front forward to do the jibe of the life.
Well,
didn't pay off.
A pressure moment that didn't work out for Dennis Taradin, but here comes Axel Mazzella. He overtakes, he wins yet another race, and he holds his arms to the sky because Axel Mazzella knows that he has now won KiteFoil World Series Gran Canaria, the 5th event of the season. And not only that, Axel Mazzella is champion of the 2021 KiteFoil World Series. Congratulations to that Frenchman. He's been absolutely majestic, and he won that race and this regatta and this whole championship in the finest style possible.
Yes, amazing. And then Conor knows that he will finish in second. He was really struggling when he see, I guess, during the race, Dennis in front of the fleet. Who knows exactly what's happened in his mind during the last few legs. But Dennis, again, he really did a mistake, pressure mistake, as you said. And maybe Axel play just these little things to get so closer to Dennis that he put the right pressure to. It's not the right pressure, enough pressure to let him to make a big mistake.
So there we have our first and second place. On the left, Axel Mazzella, champion of the year, and second in this event, and second in the championship. On the right hand side of the picture, Conor Bainbridge, after the stumble right at the last gasp in that race by Dennis Taradin, who was on the verge of stealing second place. Bainbridge jumps off his board, Mazzella jumps off his board, and that's how quickly they can get back ashore. And if we can possibly get an interview with the winners, then we will do so. So we also need to remember Poema Newland, and we have yet to get confirmation of how she performed in that race just then, but we believe that she has won the women's fleet here, which would make her champion of the women's division for the 2021 season. So it's going to be a double victory for the French. And there were a few lessons learnt in that race, particularly by Dennis Taradin, unfortunately for him, Mirko. That pressure jibe that just didn't work out. And you said you saw a change of stance and a change of technique.
Yeah, he just went all the way front forward from the board on his body, keeping the kite just a little bit too low, and it just been pumped up outside of the board from forward. I was just thinking on that moment, I don't know if you make it, it's gonna be a great move, but difficult with this kind of condition to stay and to keep your balance over your board, and then when you can see the line all the way going front forward, then this is why we saw the kite in the water as well. So Poema is coming to the beach as well. We saw her close to the top 10 again. Great move anyway for all the girls, because they've been out on the second part of the day with all the races out there.
Well, we understand that we have Axel Mazzella on the beach, so let's see if Gunnar is ready, and we can get a word with the new champion of 2021. That interview, not sure what's changed on that at the moment, so we'll try and bring you that interview in a moment. So we've got other riders just coming ashore for the final time. That will be a sigh of relief for them to get safely ashore and to get that kite down out of the air and back onto the sand of Playa de las Burras, the sandy beach where they've been launching and recovering from all week.
Yeah, they will be so happy to eat to the beach again, I can tell you. And then knowing that they will not get back again.
Yeah. So that's how you get yourself ashore. Is that Poema Newland that we're seeing?
No. Seems more Alina.
Okay, Alina Corneli from Austria. Okay, let's see if we can get back to our interview with Axel Mazzella. It's just doesn't seem to be working on the audio, unfortunately. So we'll keep on working on that and seeing if we can get through to the beach with Gunnar, who's got Axel ready to speak to us. Let's just go to a quick ad and then we'll come back to you when Mirko. So there we have it. That's the some of the last riders coming ashore. We've not been able to make contact with Gunnar for the Axel Mazzella interview, which is a great pity. So apologies for that. But congratulations to Axel Mazzella for winning the final race, event of the season here in Gran Canaria, and that giving him the overall championship title in 2021. So that's the third one that he's won. He's won in odd years. 2017 was his first time, then 2019, and now 2021. So Mirko, he's becoming one of the dominant players on this scene.
Yes, I think that we will see Axel Mazzella again soon on 2022, and it's going to be one of the biggest challenge that he will follow up until Paris 2024.
So we sort of expected that from him this year. We always knew he was going to be in contention because he'd won 2 world titles before. But this is a French double victory because in the women's division, Poema Newland wins the women's battle. And at the beginning of this year, we might not have predicted that. So it's been a big year for her.
Yes, a big year for Poema because she knew it that other French girl, they are really already into the kite foiling before her. But at the end of the year, I must say, after winning the European, she just get trust on her, and she just keep pushing and winning the event and the series on 2021 is gonna be again really great things for her. You really deserve it. And we saw on the last 3 races with really rough condition, also getting always in the top 10 together with the men. And I must say also Varedia Garasienko and Alina Corneli start performing well also in this kind of conditions. So it's going to be really great for the next season.
It really will. And this has been my first exposure to the world of kite foiling, commentating for the first time in Fuerteventura, now Gran Canaria, and having the honor of having 2 great commentators who know the sport inside out. The world champion Teo de Ramacor, who was with me in Fuerteventura, and now you, the IKA president, Mirko Babini in Gran Canaria. It's been so exciting for me as a conventional, traditional sailor to find out about this extreme end of the sport. I think it's a fantastic addition to the world of Olympic sailing. I say to those sailors who say this is not sailing, it's something else, I think we should be grateful for its inclusion in Olympic sport, because I think it's dynamic. I think this represents the direction that we've seen the Olympics go in at Tokyo 2020 with the skateboarding and the speed climbing. This is much more representative of where sport is going.
All the youth and mass people around that we really would like to see on the future, and these kind of things that will help to just growing our sport in terms of sailing globally. So thank you Andy for your great voice, because you're amazing.
Thank you very much, Mirko. It's been a pleasure working with you. I want to thank everyone in Gran Canaria, the team that Nolo has put together to make these events happen in the Canaries. The Hotel Don Gregory, where we're sitting on the 8th floor, they provided us with this amazing viewing platform. So thank you to them. And we've got a great team working behind us. And Markus Schwentner, he's the mastermind behind everything that we see here, and he's really driving this sport forwards. And I see the engagement of the riders. They really appreciate sometimes the fact that maybe they have to compromise the race course a little bit to improve the entertainment of the live stream, and they're very accommodating like that. But they understand that that's the circle of life that they operate in now. Everything has to work together in an ecosystem, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Markus is a driver. Here he has the role of the PRO, which is doing super well. He has a lot of experience. He knows how to drive the sport, and is great for all the IKA team. Thanks also for all the official, the jury, and all the people spending this kind of in this kind of condition their time into the water for make the great fun and a great race for all the rider.
So congratulations to the French, a double victory for them in Gran Canaria and in the 2021 season. Poema Newland winning the women's division, Axel Mazzella winning the men's division. It's been an absolute pleasure to work in this world for the first time. I look forward to doing it again. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage. That's the end of racing for 2021, but onwards and upwards for kite foiling in 2022. Have a great Christmas wherever you are in the world, and we will see you next season for more exciting kite foil action on the KiteFoil World Series. See you then.
See you.
The beach? When was the last time you tried something new?
Could I do this every day?
Yep.
Could I cross the island hiking?
Yep. Or riding, if you want.
Hello, how can I help you, sir?
Oui, bonjour, madame.
Cancel my flight, please.
What is this?
This is our unique nature.
Oh.
And there is more. A lot more. Could that be why we smile so much? Or is it because of this? Because every day is a new discovery. Start your vital movement.